Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που τα υψηλή τεχνολογίας μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης που χρησιμοποιεί το Εθνικό Συλλογικό Σύστημα της Ανταποδοτικής Ανακύκλωσης είναι εξοπλισμός αμερικάνικης τεχνολογίας. Ως αποτέλεσμα, οι ΗΠΑ έχουν όχι μόνο το καλύτερο πρωτάθλημα μπάσκετ στον κόσμο, αλλά έχουν και το καλύτερο εξοπλισμό ανακύκλωσης συσκευασιών στον κόσμο. Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας, εκτός των συνόρων της Αμερικής, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα κεντρικό κόμβο για όλη την Ευρώπη. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος που στην Ελλάδα μας πραγματοποιήθηκε η επένδυση ώστε να κατασκευάζουμε μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας για μεταλλικές, πλαστικές και γυάλινες συσκευασίες, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην κυκλική οικονομία, με τεχνολογία αιχμής και όραμα για ένα καλύτερο περιβάλλον. Η ανακύκλωση είναι μια παγκόσμια προτεραιότητα και στον αγώνα αυτόν είμαστε όλοι μια ομάδα. Γιατί η ανακύκλωση είναι η υπόθεση όλων μας. Ας αφήσουμε τις επόμενες γενιές τον πλανήτη μας σε καλύτερη κατάσταση από αυτή που τον παραλάβαμε.
Project, the design, the implementation, our people, the competence, the know-how, the vision, the success, the pride. Indrakat, taking Greece to new heights.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που τα υψηλή τεχνολογίας μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης που χρησιμοποιεί το Εθνικό Συλλογικό Σύστημα της Ανταποδοτικής Ανακύκλωσης είναι εξοπλισμός αμερικάνικης τεχνολογίας. Ως αποτέλεσμα, οι ΗΠΑ έχουν όχι μόνο το καλύτερο πρωτάθλημα μπάσκετ στον κόσμο, αλλά έχουν και το καλύτερο εξοπλισμό ανακύκλωσης συσκευασιών στον κόσμο. Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας, εκτός των συνόρων της Αμερικής, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα κεντρικό κόμβο για όλη την Ευρώπη. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος που στην Ελλάδα μας πραγματοποιήθηκε η επένδυση ώστε να κατασκευάζουμε μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας για μεταλλικές, πλαστικές και γυάλινες συσκευασίες, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην κυκλική οικονομία, με τεχνολογία αιχμής και όραμα για ένα καλύτερο περιβάλλον. Η ανακύκλωση είναι μια παγκόσμια προτεραιότητα και στον αγώνα αυτό είμαστε όλοι μια ομάδα. Γιατί η ανακύκλωση είναι υπόθεση όλων μας. Ας αφήσουμε τις επόμενες γενιές τον πλανήτη μας σε καλύτερη κατάσταση από αυτή που τον παραλάβαμε.
Project, the design, the implementation, our people, the competence, the know-how, the vision, the success, the pride, Indrakat, taking Greece to new heights.
This is my seat?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Economist Conference, the Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit. Absolutely delighted not to be in and to be here. What a fantastic city to come to. I'm really pleased to be able to speak to you today face to face. It's a novelty. I think it's going to catch on. We have a fantastic lineup, a great set of topics, some wonderful speakers who are going to join us today. And the topic, I think, is a timely and really fascinating one. It's only about 400 years that the nation state has been the primary unit of governance around the world. And 400 years is nothing in Greek terms. Of course, the place where we're standing today, back in Roman times, was a hub for regional trade, linking Europe with Asia. And in many ways, those traditional times are coming back, without the Romans, of course. But if we look around the world, we see regions, cities becoming increasingly important as centers of political, economic, industrial power. We see the examples of the Ruhr Valley in Germany, once an industrial heartland, and now a services hub for the entire region. The great northern powerhouse in the UK that they're trying to get off the ground and haven't really managed so far. So it's not easy, but it's a natural thing that around the world, cities, regions are coming to dominate once again. A fantastic opportunity for northern Greece, considering where we are. Still a hub, still a link between Europe and Asia. And of course, we're closer here to Tirana, Sofia, Skopje than we are to Athens. Northern Greece has a tremendous opportunity to become, once again, a regional powerhouse. But we have to ask, how does Northern Greece make sure that it grasps the opportunities? How does it recognize those opportunities? And today, that's what we're here to do. So we're going to be, if you wanted answers to those questions, you would probably want to speak to regional leaders, you would want to speak to leading industrialists, Greece's partners from around the world, politicians from the government, from the opposition, and frankly, that's what we have today, all of that. So I'm looking forward to a fantastic session. I'm joined on the stage by Eftikis Palikaris, who I pray I've got your name somewhere near correct, who's going to be co-hosting some of the sessions with me today. So Eftikis, I'm going to hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Καλημέρα. Χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ που είμαστε στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Οπότε, καλώς ήρθατε και καλώς ήρθαμε κι εμείς στην όμορφη πόλη της Θεσσαλονίκης.
Beautiful city of Thessaloniki. It's not by accident that we picked Thessaloniki to kick off, to launch actually a brand new innovation initiative that will unfold before your eyes in the coming hours. You know that today's event is the outcome of a collaboration between The Economist and the new financial portal, thepowergame.gr. Power Game today has its 6-month anniversary. It's not that much, but it's not that little, because many things have happened in these past 6 months, and the most important thing is that we carry on bringing on new ideas. We might be young, I'm talking about the portal, not myself. We might be young, but we are quite optimistic, filled with ideas, as it should be, as it is suitable with as the current era dictates. I think that one of the credits of launching has been our partnership with The Economist since day one. There has been an input of information, of articles, of updates, which is for me very important in order to have a comprehensive idea of what's going on in Greece and around the world. This partnership of ours went great, and today this is we shield this collaboration by attending this event. I believe that this is maybe the precursor of the next steps of our partnership. With more initiatives that will amaze us. I'd like to thank all the participants today, all the esteemed representatives of the industrial, the political world, the members of local governments, our guests from abroad, who honor us with their presence, and not just their presence, with their contribution in the sessions that will follow on these very critical topics. Thank you very much. Welcome, and let's hope we have a great conference day.
Coming to the conclusion of your presentation. I apologize for that. Maybe another 10 years of coming to this country, I may pick up some of the language a little better than I have so far. Okay, thank you very much, Eftikis. Eftikis will join us again a little later. But let's move straight on to the first session of the day, which is about promoting sustainable and inclusive growth. And of course, it's not enough simply to desire a position of regional influence. You can't will such a thing into being. For Northern Greece to take up that position, it needs to work with regional and international partners and to build conditions at home that help develop its international role. Well, how's that going? And what plans and arrangements are being put in place today to help Northern Greece promote sustainable and inclusive growth for the region in the future? These questions, I'm delighted to invite up onto the stage from our panel, which is Stavros Kalafatis, who's the Deputy Minister of Interior responsible for Macedonia Thrace, a Member of Parliament for New Democracy here in Greece, Apostolos Tsitsikostas, who's the Regional Governor of Central Macedonia and President of the European Committee of the Regions, and Konstantinos Zervas, who's the Mayor of the municipality of Thessaloniki. Would you please come up and join me on the stage? Thank you. If you take your seats nice and close in.
Λοιπόν, μπορείτε να αποφασίσετε πού θα καθίσετε.
Just to say, I'm going to be putting questions to our panelists, but I'm happy from my part for anybody here to put questions if you have them. This is a rare opportunity. You've got some great speakers. So if you do have questions, just indicate to me once we come to the Q&A part of the session, and I'll make sure that your questions are put. So let's start with Mr. Kalafatis. Would you like to give us some introductory words on today's theme?
Ωραία. Δεν ξέρω αν θα... Ελληνικά προφανώς θα μιλήσουμε.
So we will speak in Greek. First of all, we would like to thank you for the invitation. It's rather useful to have such a conversation today on how things evolve in Thessaloniki, in northern Greece, developmental perspectives, and what are the prospects for growth and development in the area. We know that in Thessaloniki in the last years we have a lot of actions taking place, governmental ones, aiming at taking advantage of the competitive edges of the area. One of these, for example, is the exceptional manpower in research, new technologies and innovation. We have assets in northern Greece. We have 3 universities and a technological institution, exceptional one, and of course manpower at the level of professors. The aim is to take a step forward, not research for the sake of research, but to have measurable results in production, to connect, in other words, the conclusions from these exceptional research institutes, connect with them, and at the same time connect them with the production of the city. Of course, the competitive edge is not only new technologies. It has also to do with creative spirit and initiatives. It has to do with the eagerness to have synergies of various agencies amongst them in northern Greece, but mainly extroversion, openness. This is the second aspect, how we can all cooperate
εποχή, ψηφιακή με εποχή.
In a digital era, green era, to be able to take a leap forward. Thessaloniki and northern Greece, moving in the framework of a modern, fast-moving era, is at the core of these new trends. We know that future is green and digital. In the last 2 years, this government, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis' government in digital transformation in private and public sector has taken leapfrogs, and especially in the public sector, we have efforts to make things work better. So innovation, openness, and attract investments is an important part. It's not random that Deloitte, Cisco, and other big companies, Pfizer, lately, choose to invest in the wider Thessaloniki area. This is a combination of things. Data, research centers, as I mentioned earlier. Thessaloniki is humane city, to put it this way, for employees who want to live in a friendly environment when they do not work, and the opportunities they have from here to invest in Western Balkans and the wider Balkan area as a first step towards internationalization. And of course, Thessaloniki is a tourist destination with a lot of assets. And I think that I will stop here. Well, this summer, I need to say, at rather difficult times, our country managed, and especially Chalkidiki, Thessaloniki, northern Greece, a very known tourist destination to attract a lot of tourists. So these 4 assets can attract new investments for the future.
Before I move on, I just have a very quick question for you. Competitors, Northern Greece, you make it sound very compelling, like it's very obvious that this should be a regional hub. Is it obvious to everybody else in the region, or are there other areas that might think, well, actually, it should be us who are the regional hub and not you?
Είναι μέρος της δουλειάς που έχουμε να κάνουμε.
It's part of the job to move forward and promote most of them. It's important that there is an encouragement on the part of the government to take advantage of this fertile ground in northern Greece and Thessaloniki. And that starts from the Prime Minister himself. And from the contacts I have through my institutional position with prospective investors at various levels, yes, there is great interest. There is competition. You know how competitive this part is with Western Balkans, countries of the Eastern Europe trying to attract investors. But if we had a pivot analysis of the advantages of a country beyond the financial incentives, tax incentives. We know that a lot of our neighbors have more competitive edges in taxation, for example, lower taxation, zero taxation in some countries. But if you have a qualitative analysis, taking into consideration quality of life, issues that concern other issues, social issues, human rights, respect to the environment, green policies, things that are very high in the agenda in our country, a smart investor, developer could see more in our country and even more in Thessaloniki that has some sector like geothermy and metals, things that cannot be found elsewhere.
Excellent. Well, let me turn to Mr. Tsitsikostas for your impressions on this subject matter.
Thank you very much.
In reality, and in order to answer your question, is that Central Macedonia and Thessaloniki combine a geographical position that strategically was not exploited all these years. Now we have infrastructures that can make Thessaloniki an open hub in the region of Western Macedonia. Our priority, top priority, is area to become a capital of openness. We have the geostrategical position, we have the infrastructure almost ready after decades of promises. We have the port, which becomes more competitive with a strategic investor in the airport, which has become an international airport to receive big airplanes, and the infrastructure have upgraded. The national motorways linking not only the areas of Central Macedonia among them, but Central Macedonia with other countries of Eastern Europe. And of course we have the international Thessaloniki Fair, which will change more in order to become more competitive and contribute to the development of the region. We have academic institutions, and we have a lot of students, research centers. So it is a combination of things that from something vague and a vague impression of the capital of the Balkans, Thessaloniki, has become not a vision but a target which is tangible. And Central Macedonia and Thessaloniki can serve their objectives to become a trade hub, development hub for new technologies and innovation, with primary sector and exports as main pillars, manufacturing and tourism, of course. Some data that are of paramount interest. During the years of 10-year crisis, Macedonia increased its exports by 50%. Today, we are the first region in Greece in exports of agricultural products, and or the second in Greece in exports. With hard work and cooperation of all agencies, we managed to be the first region in tourist arrivals in Greece, where at the same time, between 2014 and 2019, the GDP of the area was increased by 14%. If we add to that the fact that 70% of the transport activity of the whole country takes place here, plus the fact that Thessaloniki and Central Macedonia have started playing an important role in sectors, industries that upgraded, like film production, because it does create jobs and brings money to the region. The cost of the last films shot here was of 20 million euros and introduced a lot of direct and indirect jobs. So it's part of tourism. Tourism is a priority to us. So we have the next day some good news for new films to be shot here in Thessaloniki. At the same time, Macedonia, our region, is one of the 4 regions globally that have strategic cooperations with CERN, not only to promote our industries or find work for our students, but at the same time, we want to have a permanent unit of CERN here in Thessaloniki, and we think that we will achieve to do so. Well, in a nutshell, because I understand we don't have much time, we as a region today, we have 8,000 projects underway of 2 billion euros. All these projects from the environment, education, social policy, entrepreneurship, etc., are projects that serve one objective, not of our administration alone, that all of us in Macedonia share, to make our region and design our region in such a way to be, by 2030, a role model region in innovation, exports, tourism, and of course a region, especially in these difficult global conditions, to be the greenest region in the area, a region worth living and creating. That is our objective. That is what we try to do. And the fact that the present government, with people understanding this vision with us, is something that helps us a lot. Thank you very much.
Move directly on to the mayor of this wonderful city, Konstantinos Servas. Would you like to give us some thoughts from your perspective?
Good morning. I would like to welcome you to this forum, to our city. It is a great honor to honor such events in our city, to host such events in our city. And it is for an opportunity for us to be able to see and give the bigger picture for this city and the country. And this discussion and all these discussions taking place in the framework of the Thessaloniki Fair is quite interesting, because after the pandemic it is quite positive that we can host an event. Thessaloniki traditionally follows the national policy concerning interregional cooperation, etc. And these policies more or less did not focus on the region, but this very moment, and we have an example, we do work towards a new direction. Dear friends, here you have the state, the region, and the municipal representative of this city, and with all our partners, the national policies start from and focus on Thessaloniki. On the other hand, we see a great interest for the developments and the trust that we have from investors for our city and the region. But this is not random. There are 5 main reasons that Thessaloniki can manage, along with all the rest mentioned by the previous speakers. Thessaloniki has a multicultural tradition for 23 continuous eras of civilization, of culture, with old roads, energy roads pass through Thessaloniki. All these roads actually cross and Thessaloniki cross from Thessaloniki. We have infrastructure, all these universities, the academia, knowledge spread throughout the city shows that we do have exceptional manpower. And in the past they would go abroad, but now they do stay, and we have the strategic investments from international companies that show their trust to our country, to our city. We have Cisco, Pfizer, and Deloitte. Of course, these are the outcomes of huge efforts on our parts at governmental, regional, and local level. We do cooperate with everyone. This very moment, we are in a close cooperation in an alliance of good and creativeness. We gather efforts and forces to the benefit of our city. But let's see some specific issues. We have focused on infrastructure, upgrading of public spaces, and the daily life of citizens. We support and we take all funds available in cooperation with the region, because most of these 8,000 projects mentioned by Apostolos earlier, we work for them together, the municipality and the region. We try to have better streets, better pavements, more safety, security, and lights in our streets to make, we do have a beautiful city, but we can make it even more beautiful. That is why we try to upgrade certain areas, like the Aristotelus Square. We had an international tender for improving the image of this square. I think that seafront is a blessing for our city. We have other projects, the Museum of the Holocaust and other museums that are going to be introduced, the new Thessaloniki Fair, the new courts, football courts, and probably we will have new courts for the football teams of our city, and infrastructures, upgrade the level of trust. Thessaloniki can always upgrade, and we will, and it will do so. But this is what is at stake, and our daily effort of all of us, you see here, and all the rest supporting us, to make Thessaloniki a second hub of development in our country, not competing Athens, but complementing Athens, and what can Athens can do with neighboring Balkan countries developing that are developing fast, and we have all these crossroads mingling in the area, and all the infrastructure that we have for better access flyover, metro, the port, which is the first success story from what we have already discussed. We will be able soon to enjoy Thessaloniki that we all visualize, and this will be the decade of Thessaloniki, I'm sure of it.
Excellent, thank you very much. Perhaps not surprising that we've heard three very positive, upbeat assessments of the region's prospects. We would expect nothing less, but I would like to press you probably with Mr. Kalafatis first, but probably this is a question for each of you. What are the missing links? What the things that concern you, where you feel the region really has to get a grip and make a transformation if it's going to seize the opportunity of becoming a regional hub? So we've heard about all the things that are going well. What are the things that worry you a bit more?
Θα σας απαντήσω.
Let me give you an answer, but in a positive way. But it will still be an answer. Firstly, I described how my land will become a place where somebody may invest on, work in and live in. So we have three big steps to take. And this will reply to the missing links question of yours. One, recovering, which means we are exiting a huge, very difficult situation and adventure, and the government has been supporting by means of 41 billion euros the free traders, the professionals, etc. And we're about to enter a brand new era, both for Thessaloniki and our country, with our arsenal being full. As for Macedonia, Thrace, Central and Eastern one, we have more than 3 billion euros of cash to support, that have been used to support the people working in production. But in order to get into this full recovery mode, we have some more weapons in our hands. We have the RRF, we have the NSRF, the programming period of 2021 to 2027, the brand new developmental law, and the Greece 2.0 plan, which is our nuclear weapon for the next era. Out of all these financial instruments, it is for Thessaloniki to take the part she deserves, the city deserves, in order to take the next step forward. So there is a gap there in order to recover fully. The second thing has to do with repositioning. We have to reposition our city given the new circumstances. So let me put that in another way. Imagine where Thessaloniki is on the map compared to Athens and the rest of Europe. I believe a smart move on behalf of the city would be to look upwards, to look up in the sky, because you have a 350 million strong market of Eastern Europe, which means look up to the north. So you have to be extrovert. So we have to be open, we have to collaborate. I'm not just talking about the Balkans, of course. I'm talking about the entire Eastern Europe and way beyond that. So we're living in an open society. I think this is the bet we have to win about our city's repositioning, because we do have the assets to spread our wings and fly in blue skies that we might not be able to dream of yet. And the last third part is how to secure this prospect by rebuilding. Because it's not just about words. What I told you before, the repositioning thing had to do with the planning, with the theory. Now, let's talk about the actions. We have to set up the infrastructure, the mechanism and work. Maybe it sounds a bit arrogant, but I think currently this is a great opportunity. How the region, the municipality and the central government are on the same page. We share the same mood and the same attitude. vis-à-vis the new challenges ahead. And I think today's event is a very good opportunity to work together and empower and strengthen the mechanisms of collaboration we have and the vision we all share to the benefit of our citizens and our country. And of course to the benefit of the investors. And let me insist on that, because this is most likely the new element that we want to introduce. Our ministry wants to become wants to highlight the business-friendly and pro-investor role of the city. And of course we want to be the coordinator of major infrastructure projects, which will represent a major asset for the city in order to win this bet.
It's a question for all three, but you've given such a comprehensive answer, and clearly we have a team here, which is good to see. So thanks very much. We're going to close the session there. Please join me in thanking our panelists. We're going to leave next back to Eftikis Palikaris, who's going to take over for the next session. Oops.
So, hi again. I'm really glad to see that Mr. Ross is gradually picking up with the names. We had some issues at the beginning, but he's doing great right now. So let's carry on our discussion. We will now invite an acclaimed person. It is an honor to discuss with Mr. George Peristeris, the chairman and CEO of the Yekterna Group, on a very interesting topic. So I invite you to pay attention to this discussion. Resilience and Recovery Fund and Green Transition, a leverage for sustainable development. A very important discussion with a major figure in the world of renewables, green transition. Mr. Peristeris, is he online? Yes, we're online. Great. Mr. Peristeris, good morning. Good morning and greetings to everyone, and of course congratulations to the organizers of the event. Of course, I will pass them on. Greetings to from Thessaloniki. The weather is improving here. Welcome to our meeting, to our summit. So let me start talking about one of the critical points of the agenda, the resilience, the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Many suggest that this is an amazing opportunity and once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Greece. There's a lot of money involved, and the main thing is that this fund introduces green transition and digitalization as main pillars for our country's development. So I'd like to ask you the following. What should we do in order not to miss this opportunity? Because allow me to say that we have had our share of opportunities in the past. But how can we make full use of this specific opportunity? Firstly, let me say that the RRF may change Greece indeed into a more extrovert, a more stronger and competitive country, and I think that we have to congratulate everyone, the government, the state apparatus, in order to present to the European Commission one of the best plans ever to be filed, launched by member states. Having said that, and because of the fact that the fund has to be a success story, we have to implement the fund properly. The first thing we have to deal with has to do with some chronic, both community and Greek bureaucratic delays. I'd like to stress that. It's a very, very important point, because we normally discuss about Greek bureaucracy, but let us not forget the European one, the community one. So there is a certain step we have to take forward in order to accelerate the implementation and make full use of the fund. I think that the Greek governments as well have an additional task. The Greek businesses, we have to help in a constructive way by highlighting early enough the traps, the bottlenecks, the difficulties that we have to avoid. If this happens, if this is the case, and I hope it will be the case, I think that development will be exponential. You mentioned the difficulty in putting forward this plan, but I think I have to use the term extroversion and competitiveness. These are very important aspects. Let me ask you the following. How can we do that? Yes, maybe it is for the first time ever, as far as I can tell, that our country features certain competitive advantages. I think it is commonly accepted that the future of this planet goes hand in hand with decarbonization everywhere, on energy, transports, residences, farming, agricultural production, heating, sea transports, everywhere. So let's take that one step forward. There is no decarbonization without renewables. There's no such thing. So, what do we want? We want maximum penetration of renewables, in the case, which is an area that our country has amazing advantages, and let me take that one step forward. We have to accelerate, to speed up the installation of new renewables, both on inshore and offshore. But higher penetration will not move forward unless we combine that with large-scale energy storage and small-scale one, with plus the interconnections of the grid. So let's take that one by one. Large-scale energy storage. For the time being, there are certain technologies used. The most advanced one is the pump storage, which means that we have available energy when there is a surplus of supply, and we can use it whenever there's a high demand, which means that the stable becomes stable, the energy costs drop, and at the same time we reduce the use of fossil fuels. We're talking mainly about natural gas currently, and we replace that with domestically produced energy. Now, interconnections. What does this ensure? It ensures that we can transfer energy where it's needed, within Greece or abroad, by means of these interconnections. Given that our country has a competitive advantage as a result of our wind potential and the sea we have, and the natural resources we use like the sun, we may storage more clean energy than we need. And this is something that may happen in 10 years' time, let's say, if we speed up the penetration of renewables and other technologies like the pumped storage. We can become a clear energy exporter instead of an importer, and this means a lot as far as our energy dependence is concerned, as far as the current balance of accounts is concerned, etc. Mr. Peristeris, I'm tempted because in the past days we've been talking a lot about the increase of the electricity bills, and this affects everyone, the industry, consumers. Let me help me understand the following. The model you just presented may deal in a better way phenomena such as these ones, like the rapid increase of electricity bills. It's absolutely clear and evident that the penetration of renewables in the energy mix will take prices down. Of course, there is a global reality we cannot avoid. Fossil fuels are very expensive currently. Renewables replace or substitute these imported fuels, and let me say one thing. It's quite easy for anyone to see that. During days when we have high wind potential, electricity prices fall by 30%, as high as 30%, given the very low penetration we have in our country, and this is something that may be increased in the future. So, it was not by accident that governments, both in Europe and in the US, which have been subsidizing renewables until the technologies were mature enough to produce cheap energy, now they're proven right for that decision of theirs, because this shows a very evident, tangible, has an impact on the reduction of energy prices. As we said, although renewables represent the cheapest way to produce energy and penetration has to be increased, this will not be the case unless we have two prerequisites met: energy storage, mainly of large scale, and interconnections. Let me say that the legal framework for energy storage is still pending. For many years that has been the case, and we have tried for the past 10 years to stress that. It seems that arguments have been heard after so many years, and such investments, small-scale ones, are in the pipeline. Of course, we must never forget the natural gas storage projects. This is a kind of fuel that will be with us for a long time, and we have very, very fast to find ways to promote technologies of natural gas storage in order to make use of eras of low cost for natural gas, and vice versa. We have the Kavala underwater storage area. We have to finalize this project, and we have to come up with a deadline, the final date for the completion of these projects. Mr. Peristeris, let me insist on the following.
You have touched upon something interesting for all of us, and I will have a concrete question. Okay, all this can happen and have lower prices and have the advantage as a country. How that benefit can be depicted on the consumers, allocated to the consumers? Well, the answer is easy. Of course, the consumers will benefit from that, and when we start about green growth, it is a sustainable growth to the benefit of all. In sustainable infrastructure and in energy infrastructure, all technologies are important. What can be done? Priority should be given by the state in these technologies and investments that have value, the highest value added, and are a multiplier for the economy. Everybody knows what these technologies are and what these investments are. I talk about hydroelectrics, water parks, offshore parks, and wind parks. So the price will drop, and we have energy security, but also jobs are created because of them. So we have high taxes to the benefit of the state, well remunerated jobs for the personnel, because new scientists in Greece will be able to find a job in their country, or Greeks from abroad will be able to return, because these jobs will be well paid. And last but not least, for the consumer, this means lower energy prices. So I don't see why this opportunity and sustainable development won't be sustainable for all. Well, very interesting approach, because all this time we've been talking about green growth and benefits. It would be nice to see how the implementation of this whole work will benefit all of us. And before we finish this discussion, as head of the group you represent, give me a couple of words about your future plans. Well, we have started years ago when green transition was one of the targets. It is the focal point of all the whole planet and our country. Rightly so, and we are programming, and we are very optimistic that we will achieve so. Our contribution in Greek economy in the years to come will be of 5 billion in the areas of sustainable growth and circular economy, with by creating new jobs, well-paid jobs. But it's not only our company. I believe that in Greece we had a lot of difficulties in the past decade, but we have never regretted that our company continued investing during harsh times, and that helped our country and was beneficial for our future projects. We are very optimistic about the future of our country, and we are very interested in fulfilling the dreams of our company. Thank you, Mr. Peristeris, for this discussion. Thank you for your participation in this event, and we wish you all the best with your plans. We wish you all the best with the conference, and of course I wish you all the best for Thessaloniki per se. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Very effectively to our next session, which I'm delighted to introduce now. This region, the Eastern Mediterranean, holds enough gas alone to meet Europe's total energy needs for 3/4 of a century. So there's a fabulous opportunity here in terms of energy, but how does that tally with the EU's target of reducing carbon emissions by 55% by 2030? And what role can renewables play in this formula, and what do these issues spell for the future of northern Greece and its trading centres? Well, we have a great panel to join us now to help us understand these questions. And I'm going to ask all of them, all 5, to join us, please, on the stage. We have 2 keynote speakers, and then we have commentators from the business perspective. We have Francis Fanon, who's the former Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Energy Resources. Mr. Fanon, hi. Hello. Well, we should probably set an example. Please take a seat anywhere you like. Sit there. There we go. Kostas Skrekas, who's the Minister of Environment and Energy here in Greece. Mr. Skrekas, delighted to meet you. Why don't you sit this side? And then we also have Jerry Kalogiratos, who is the CEO, Capital Product Partners LP. Sit down, gentlemen, please. Good morning. And we have Leonidas Bakouras, who is the General Manager at the EDA Thes. Please join us too. And finally, Marios Tsakas, who's the CEO at Public Gas Distribution Networks, DEDA. Gentlemen, please join us, find a seat. Okay, well, let's get going straight away. Mr. Fannon, why don't you give us your thoughts about the Eastern Mediterranean energy prospects?
Yeah, thank you. It's first, let me say it's great to be back in Greece. And when I served in the State Department, I had a global portfolio. I traveled all over the world. Oftentimes that meant going to difficult places, but also meant going to places of great opportunity and promise. And I'm pleased to return to Greece because it was the country that I visited most during my time in government. Through those trips, considerable staff work, and the tireless efforts of our great ambassador here, Ambassador Pyatt, I think we made a real positive impact. I'd like to share a few high-level reflections on how Greece's development as a true energy hub and how collaboration can generate a broader political halo effect and challenges going. Your prior speaker was speaking about energy transition and the economics of that. You know, the world's a really big place, but there are some commonalities with every head of state or minister I met with. They all have an aspiration to become an energy hub. They also want more U.S. investment. But you know, those are ambitions are rarely realized because it's hard work. Hope isn't a strategy, and it takes considerable efforts to make an energy hub. It requires transparency, price discovery, clear rule of law, and these also tend to be foundational for U.S. companies to invest. And who would have thought that 10 years after the crisis here in Greece, Greece has realized that ambition when so many others have failed to. I think it's also important to recognize the role governments play in this and setting the conditions and the incredible efforts of the Mitsotakis administration and making a transformational change and attracting that private sector-led investment. Greece has become more than just a hub. It's also become really a gateway to connect Eastern Mediterranean resources to the greater Balkan region. The realization of Alexandroupolis, IGB, so much of this, and increasing this connectivity is really creating an optionality for countries, oftentimes for the first time, to serve as a mechanism to continue to lean to the west rather than be shackled to the east. They provide a bridge for broader political and economic collaboration. And you know, I was really pleased to see the efforts that we led in the prior administration continuing here, the considerable diplomatic overtures through the context of the energy pillar of the 3+1 arrangement, the multiple bilateral initiatives, and the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. These are all critically important. Sometimes these conversations amongst states are challenging, but we all approach them with a shared vision and purpose. So we do have challenges, though, and I guess, you know, speaking about a couple of different transitions. One's the energy transition itself. And I think it's well underway, as spoken about earlier, but I also think it's important to underscore the important role that gas plays that enables the energy transition to occur. It provides, of course, an alternative from dirtier coal and provides grid stability and resilience. You know, what we also have to be mindful of and be cautious against is this purity test of what green investment should be. I see this as at home as well as around the world. And to that, I would just call on my own government to continue and move forward with U.S. Development Finance Corporation investment here in Greece. I know it's something that Ambassador Pyatt's also calling for. We need it to happen, and we need it to happen soon. Second, there's a growing transition toward transparent open markets, especially in areas where state-led companies were the dominant force. The Eastern Mediterranean development and Greece's leadership is a testament to that. However, the old incumbent state companies are not going quietly. And we've seen an increased level of cyber interference, state-sponsored, and the manipulation of public sentiments around the world. I believe we need to continue to move forward with this transparency and this collaboration. And when I was in government, I traveled to Ankara for that same kind of spirit, the notion of, you know, the rising tide will lift all boats. And I was pleased to see that the government here has called for an inclusive Eastern Mediterranean and encouraged Turkey to become a part of the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. And thirdly, China is trying to transition its way to be the dominant country in the world. You know, a change in U.S. political leadership, no matter how dramatic, it can't shield what it appears to be a contest of values as much as states. China is by far the world's largest greenhouse gas emitter. They're committed to maintaining their position, which is to increase emissions through this decade. They're also the largest producer of clean energy technology. This seeming contradiction was on recent display when former Secretary, Special Envoy for Climate Kerry was in China and called on Beijing to increase its commitment to the planet in terms of the climate crisis. Those did not go well. My question to everyone is, where do we go from here? As Southern Europe's true energy hub and a leader in the region, Greece will play a critical role managing these transitions. The continued work of the countries and its leadership in this infrastructure that's being built out in real time, it's private sector-led collaboration, is absolutely transformative. It is the model for the rest of the world, and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Minister, you've heard there set out in fairly diplomatic terms, I think, some of the challenges that Greece faces in taking this leadership role in the Eastern Mediterranean, the energy area. Give us your thoughts on where Greece stands at the moment and what plans you have for the future.
Let me first welcome Francis to our beautiful country. Welcome. I hope you have a very nice time here, and I'm sure that we can find some time to have a very constructive discussion about the developments in the broader area, in Balkans and in the Eastern Mediterranean area. Να σας καλωσορίσω όλους.
I would like to welcome you all. I believe that this year as well, this meeting, this event of this Economist event came at a timely period for Greece. These are two are the main topics today. The first has to do with the wildfires, and the second with the prices of energy. Both of them have to do with energy and the green transition. Why do I say so? Because wildfires were a result of extended increase of many days. The heat wave exceeded 47 degrees and created these xerothermic conditions that threatened our forest ecosystem, and we had these wildfires difficult to put out, and of course we had these events very common these last years, not only wildfires but floods as well during the winter. So with regard to the reasons causing climate change, energy plays an important role because the production of energy from fossil fuel is responsible for 1/3 of the emissions of CO2. And here comes the Greek policy, of the Greek government and Europe. They have decided a very ambitious objective, 2050, Europe to be the first climate neutral continent, and 2050 to have zero balance, zero CO2 emissions. And I'm glad, because it's very important to this effort that the United States as well and the new administration of Mr. Biden have put the United States in the leadership of this global effort, because all of us recognize that climate change and climate crisis is a threat to all of us, not only to our generation, but future generations as well. And it's not something that could be solved only if Europe or the United States alone do something. All of us need to contribute in order to save the planet. In our country, the Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, have set the pace to have a very ambitious strategic plan for energy transition. In 2019, the Prime Minister announced in New York in the climate summit, announced the intention for Greece to proceed the decarbonization mix faster than any other country. By 2025, we will have closed all lignite units, and we do all what is necessary regarding infrastructure and the institutional framework to increase the penetration of RES in the energy mix. We promote funding tools and reforms in order to create storage, energy storage infrastructure. We promote hydrogen and biomethane use, and we extend the network of natural gas, which is the transition fuel. We improve and create new interconnections with the adjacent countries in order to differentiate the sources of energy and increase the movement of energy and achieve better, more competitive prices. We support, and we want to thank the Ambassador, Mr. Payet, for his contribution. We support the integration of FSRU in the completion of FSRU in Alexandroupolis in 2009. We did not have any import of LNG from the United States. Last year, 40% of LNG imports was from the United States, and part of that was from TAP, a project which was implemented in the last 6 years. So Greece is here, is along with Europe and the United States in the leadership for energy transition, and we have to discuss here about another issues, and we have to do with energy prices. We say that we do have high energy prices. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister in his speech in the fair will explain how we have planned a program to support all those in need during that energy transition. And because this transition has a price, and we need to support all those deeply affected by this energy transition. So we will have an energy transition without leaving anybody behind.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we've heard a bit of a sort of top-down impression, so we've had a global perspective, I would say, on this issue, and very much a national perspective from the government. But I'm interested now to turn to our champions of industry, representatives of the companies that operate in this space, where you're as well as wanting to do the right thing for the country, the region, the climate, you have shareholders, you have other forces driving you. So I want to get your views too. Let me turn first to Mr. Kaloyiratos. Give us your response to what you've heard and your sense of where your industry stands at the moment.
Thank you. Και καλημέρα και από μένα. Είναι μεγάλη μου χαρά που βρίσκομαι.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in this really important discussion for the energy landscape in the Eastern Mediterranean and the role of Greece and Northern Greece in particular. I'd like first to highlight the issue of sea transport and the role played, the strategic role played by sea transports in order to achieve the goals we set in the context of our energy policy. One might say that these objectives have to do mainly with seamless and unobstructed access to cheap energy, competitive energy prices, but at the same time doing so with a minimum environmental impact, minimum consumption, because according to the Paris Agreement and the recent European objectives for 2030 and for 2050, the net zero objectives mean that we have to take into consideration the environmental impact of all our decisions. In this context, we believe that natural gas is to play a very important role as the transitional fuel, as the transitional energy resource, and certainly this will mean a lot for Greece, as it was the case in the past 10 years. The pipelines, as we have seen also in the case of Ukraine, represent a very efficient way to transfer gas as far as the cost is concerned. So pipelines are important for differentiating our energy imports, but there's always one person who has his hand on the valve, and of course there's one guy invoicing us. So that's why we need sea transports. Differentiation is evident there. We saw that in the case of Lithuania, as the minister just said. The fact that we now have the Revithusa terminal operating means that from time to time, like 2020, we may have increased imports of LNG when coming from the US, given that shale natural gas remains extremely competitive. So in 2020 we have increased imports. So safety and differentiation, energy security and differentiation ensured by ships, I'm talking about the LNG ships, is a very important aspect, because these ships do not move to a certain direction. So they may connect us with the most cost-effective supplier. They are now extremely efficient in terms of their operations. The latest generation of LNGs on which we, the capital product partners, have invested on, have a very low cost of operation, because there is a very low level of gasification of the LNG carried, and of course there is no single player controlling the global fleet. On the contrary, the Greek shipping currently controls more than 20% of the global fleet. The Japanese used to be the incumbents, let's say. Greek shipping has invested more than 30 million euros, half of them in the past 5. We currently develop a 600 million euros investment plan with 3 new LNG ships being purchased with a minimum environmental impact, and want to double this number by the end of this period. So I think the contribution of Greek shipping to diversifying energy supply sources is significant. Plus the fact that the Alexandroupoli hub, with the new FSRU being installed, and by interconnecting it with a local network, international pipelines, will mean doubling our capacity to import LNG, and this will help reduce the average natural gas costs, but it represents, it's also a very important negotiating tool when we find ourselves on the table with other suppliers. Last but not least, this also works the other way around. If we in the southeastern Mediterranean make use of the huge fields and deposits we have, then sea transports or vessels may help us connect with that buyer who will give us the best price for the natural gas we produce. As far as green development is concerned, let me say the following. Green growth is concerned, let me say the following. This infrastructure of terminals and sea transports will be very useful the closer we get to the net zero target, because it may be retrofitted and host green hydrogen facilities. And as Mr. Periseris highlighted before, we have the offshore wind farms and photovoltaics. We have the know-how in our industry, we have the know-how in Greek shipping, and we can use that in the future. So apart from natural gas, Greek shipping may play a very important role also in this regard.
Thank you very much. Let me move straight on to Mr. Bakouras for your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to Thessaloniki. I'm the General Manager of EDA-THES, the distribution company of natural gas. We are responsible for managing the distribution networks in Thessaloniki and Thessalia as from the licenses. We are responsible for 70% of the meters in the area, and we extend our network respecting legislation, licenses, regulatory framework, and EU legislation. Despite the difficulties from the pandemic, the company has increased its revenues and meeting the demand of the consumers. In this framework, the company contributed to the extension of the energy map of the country. It fed distant areas by creating a new network, and we invest focusing on equality of development. EDA-THES has a sustainable network of more than 2,600 kilometers. We serve more 281,000 meters. We have achieved a high penetration in Thessaloniki and Thessalia population. At the same time, we have 17 distribution users in our area. We invest only in investments that are beneficial to all, taking into consideration the gas price and its distribution. That is why the company is profitable and distributes 2,000 cubic meters, and in our network every 23 meters we have an active consumer. That means that our network is well exploited. From its penetration, our company continues to the decarbonization of the end mix. The positive results of the company is an outcome of its strategy and implementation of investments. By implementing this strategy, we have the lowest price invoices in the area, and we contribute to decrease of the energy cost. Important nowadays. It is important to underline that key for these investments are our people that have know-how and work in a healthy work environment. We are sure that by focusing on our manpower, all companies can strategically develop so as to make our country a hub of energy investments. We implement high-quality corporate governance. The position of our country in the place of the company in our country is recognized by international partners, along which we promote policies to the benefit of European consumers and the environment. In our area, in infrastructure of strategic importance like storage project, floating units and pipelines, interstate pipelines, along with the transport infrastructure, make our region important hub, and Thessaloniki an important city in the energy sector. We try to promote energy security. We are dynamic via pipelines. We can attract international investments. We have all the competitive edges to achieve stability, a regulatory framework which is stable, inspiring investors, incentives for return on investments and initiatives at legislative level, the new loan strategic investment, the new developmental law, the decrease of contribution for employees and enterprises, the low taxation we had since last year on profit and provisions for further tax incentives. Our country can be financed at low cost, and investment plans of businesses can be more easily financed. Modernization, decrease of red tape and digital organization are important. Of course, we all have vision, and we are bold regarding investments in energy and in natural gas. We have a triple challenge, as perspectives are huge, with the privatization of infrastructure and the participation of huge European companies in the landscape of Greece. Active participation of distribution networks in decarbonization is of paramount importance, and investments in digitalization of distribution networks. Smart grids, smart meters will help us manage the networks in an optimum way. That invests in all these. The message is optimistic for our country, which has become a pioneer in investments in green energy, with 14 billion by 2030 in renewables. On our part, we will continue investing. Our investment program is of 156 million euros, creating not only infrastructures but new jobs as well, and we try to create a multiplier in the GDP. Our company will play an important role in the energy sector, taking advantage of the incentives given by the state in full harmonization with the objectives of the EU at green energy. The strategic importance of infrastructure in energy will allow us to have a fair energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakouras. Let me move straight on to Mr. Tsakas, CEO Public Gas Distribution Networks.
Thank you very much. Είναι μεγάλη μου χαρά και
It's a great pleasure, it's a great honor to be here with you, taking part in this discussion about the developments in the energy landscape in Greece. Our company, DEDA, has taken on a really interesting, challenging, but at the same time lonely task of bringing natural gas to every single household in Greece, from Orestiada and the city of Alexandroupoli to central Macedonia to other big cities apart from Thessaloniki, then to Epirus, to central Greece, down to Patras and Pyrgos in the Peloponnese, helping that eradicate the feeling of energy isolation of certain areas in Greece. Let me start by saying that the current days represent a milestone for us, because it was 1 year ago when we had our first tender for the first tender for natural gas brought in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, and in these 12 months our country has tendered and awarded more than 100 million euros worth of projects. In the coming years we'll have the contractualization of our plan of our projects for 2021 until 2025. We're talking about a project of some 800 million euros. So in total investments will exceed 1 billion euros. We're talking about the largest projects for the expansion of natural gas pipelines in Greece. It includes 2,000 kilometers of network being built. At the first day, in the first phase, we will have some 70,000 households and consumers being connected. In the next 10 years, we will have more than 170,000 consumers connections. He said euros. He corrects himself. So, in this effort, northern Greece has to play a very critical role. Although we are based and our headquarters are in Athens, our heart beats in Macedonia and Thrace. Our projects in this area represent 70% of our total investment plan. So we feel that our heartbeat is here. So, starting from two months ago, in the city of Xanthi, the Prime Minister Mitsotakis and Minister Skrekas went there to ring the bell for the launching of this huge project for northern Greece. As for the projects, we have certain projects already announced, so we intend, with the support by the Minister and the Prime Minister, to carry out a new project, which is the so-called vertical corridor, connecting Alexandroupoli, Orestiada down to the last town along the Greek border. So in the last couple of years, the same way our government was able to physically shield the Evros area, we aim to do the same thing in order to give this energy shield for the same regions. So, from the same region, Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, we will have our first green networks. We aim to become the first distributor to upgrade our networks in this way, so that we will have a mixture of gases, biomethane and hydrogen, together with natural gas, helping in our part to promote the net zero society. In this context, we have 3 pilot projects in the pipeline. The first 2 have to do with biomethane projects, and the third one is about hydrogen. As far as my biomethane is concerned, we are about to retrofit 2 big biogas production plants into biomethane production plants, which will then be directly injected in our network so that we will have a greener network. And correspondingly, we'll have a new holistic approach to originally or initially supply a region with hydrogen. And this will be something like a demo in order to use hydrogen for heating, for starters, and then for every use. Ladies and gentlemen, this huge investment of our company on our natural gas infrastructure is a multiplier of benefits for the Greek society as a whole, and especially the Greek countryside, harshly hit by the very known challenges. So it also contributes to the main objective, which is to reduce our energy footprint. And it, especially in these current circumstances, it is very important to say that by means of this new project of ours, we will have thousands of new jobs created across Greece in very difficult regions like Thrace and Epirus, where unemployment is very high. And in this way, we do our bit in order to help our country enter the new green era. Ending, I'd like to thank our minister, Mr. Skrekas, who since day one has supported us in this difficult task, and of course all the people who have helped us, especially in the difficult times, in the lonely times, who believed in us. And thanks also to them, we are here to announce new projects to the benefit of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will, I'm sure, be music to the minister's ears. Not every day you get thanked by your local businesses. I want to move back to you, Minister, if I may. You mentioned what a notable year it's been for Greece in terms of the effects of climate change. Very high temperatures, forest fires, you know, all over the place. Very hard to control. Of course, every country has its own responsibility to handle the crises that come up within its borders, but this is not a Greek problem. This is a Mediterranean problem. It's a global problem. So how is your government working with neighbours to try and coordinate some kind of coherent response to these problems?
As you very well said, this is a common problem. We share the same sea, we share the same air, so it's not something that we can tackle alone here in Greece and everybody else just looking at us. So all these years we have tried and we have promoted the cooperation between the neighboring countries. For example, you know that we have this very ambitious project called the East Med pipeline, gas pipeline. What we'll achieve if this project is going to be will be elaborated, constructed, then we can, as I said, diversify the routes and the sources of natural gas supply, and this will increase, of course, the supply of the natural gas in our country. Therefore, this will lead to the reduction of the prices through the competition, of course. This will also convert Greece into, upgrade Greece into a more important energy hub, because that natural gas we can export through the vertical interconnections with the northern countries. But we should also mention the other things that we discuss with neighboring countries or countries in the broader area in the Eastern Mediterranean area, like Egypt. We are now discussing the possibility of establishing, of constructing an electricity interconnection from Egypt to Greece, transferring green energy, because you can understand that there they have huge areas, desert in fact, that they can build photovoltaic parks in a more competitive price than in Europe, and then transfer this green energy to Greece and through Greece to the Central Europe. We also have another very ambitious electricity program, which is the Eurasia interconnection, the electricity interconnection from Israel through Cyprus to Greece. It's a similar project. because there you know that they have huge quantities of natural gas that they can use in order to provide, of course, energy. So if we increase the interconnection, if we build new interconnections with the neighboring countries, then we can have a better management of the risk, and we can increase also the quantity of the energy that flows around. So this finally is beneficial for the consumer, for the security of supply, for the economy, for the businesses, and for the households. Also, environmental issues must be tackled together with the neighboring countries. Marine litter is an issue that concerns us because a plastic bottle can travel miles and miles from Greece to Africa, and from Africa to Europe. So all those are issues that can bring countries together at the same table. So those are issues that can increase and improve the cooperation between neighboring countries, and that is why we have give a lot of emphasis in developing this soft agenda, as it is sometimes called in the geopolitical terminology, that will help not only first to protect our environment, but also to improve the relationships between the countries.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Let me turn briefly to Mr. Fanon. You've had an opportunity to hear the issues here, and we've just finished by talking about sort of regional cooperation, Greece with its neighbours. I just wanted to ask you very briefly how you see the US role in if any, in facilitating this regional collaboration. Not to put too fine a point on it, and keen not to be rude, but the US appears to be in a moment of withdrawal from international engagements. Is that your perception? And if that is the case, what role should the US be playing in this region?
Yeah, I would take issue. You weren't rude, but I would take issue with the premise that the U.S. is in some state of withdrawal. I can't overemphasize how the administration has been advancing and calling for. I mean, that was President Biden's big speech, was America's back, and it was all about repositioning U.S. And I also dispute the notion that the U.S. retreated at all. Maybe the tone, style perhaps certainly changed. But I think there's a full-throated commitment to certainly the transatlantic relationship in pretty material ways. Not the policies, I may not necessarily agree with. But I think there's an absolute commitment to that relationship. I think the U.S. has played and is continuing to play a critical role. Again, I mean, I've mentioned in my remarks that there was a dramatic shift of course, mostly in style and tone, and very little public pronouncement of continuity of efforts within the former administration and the current one. But with respect to this area, the recommitment to the 3+1 arrangement by the United States government is critically important. It was started under the former administration, and it's continuing on today. The U.S. government is continuing to be a participant in the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. That's important. You had recently visiting here in Greece Democratic U.S. senators who were pushing for continued, and as again, a sense of bipartisan consistency to call for the U.S. Development Finance Corporation to move forward with what bipartisan measure of Congress mandated for them to commit resources. So you have the diplomatic sphere. The level of military cooperation has never been greater, and some of that work. And then you have the economic sphere when the governments. But I think, I always see, frankly, government. I'm a private sector oriented guy. Government tends to be a latent indicator. They provide a context for business to operate. And I think the respective governments have done a remarkable job in that, and you're seeing capital flowing. We have business representatives here, but I would look to some major U.S. companies are increasing their position in the region. So I think the U.S. has got the diplomatic, the financial, and the private sector engagement really well on track, and hopefully it's going to grow.
Great, thank you very much indeed, thank you. Okay, well we've got about roughly 10 minutes, and there's something I want to do. Apologies, I'm a journalist. We simplify everything down to a ridiculous extent, but what I wanted to do was give each of our business representatives an opportunity to put the Minister on the spot, which he'll be very pleased to hear, and just to say what's the one big thing you want him to do that would be of help to you. We want the Minister to have an opportunity to respond, I think. And we only have 10 minutes, as I say, so we need to be quite brief. But let me go round the table, starting with you, Mr. Kaloyiratos. What's the one thing you want from the Minister?
That's a great question. Thank you for that and for the opportunity.
Nothing. He may not think so.
No, I think one place where there's definitely room for further growth is the floating renewables, be it wind or solar. And I think having a legal framework for that in the near future would be very helpful, both to the renewables industry, but also to us who can provide the know-how when it comes to everything offshore.
Okay, let's save that one up and move along to Mr. Bakoudas.
Να προχωρήσουν.
To proceed with the privatization, to promote growth, decrease red tape, proceed with digitalization, because Greece has a lot of manpower that can host investments, to escape from the problems of the past and become a state of prosperity where employees will be well paid. For example, we as a company during the crisis did not decrease the salaries, but increase them because as we say in Greece, people who have incentives can work harder. So we need to find ways to invest, attract investments, and the only challenge for our country this very moment is how to attract foreign investments. And it would be nice to have announcing the Greek state to announce 100 jobs, but only 20 candidates to appear.
I know you were very complimentary about the Minister, but I'm hoping you can shift gear now and tell us what you really think.
Thank you. Το βασικό ζητούμενο νομίζω είναι να...
The main issue is to make for the Minister to manage, especially in the energy sector and in the administration, to fight red tape. We have a lot of difficulties in companies like ours that are connected to the public sector, so some things are better implemented. I imagine that strategic investors from abroad will have more problems who are not directly connected to the government. I think a lot of steps have been taken forward, but there are still a lot to be done. We have fragmentation and overlapping of authority, and now we see in biomethane, we see that there is a segmentation of the authorities, overlapping of them. We need to put things in place, and this is the big stake for the Minister to solve.
You're far too diplomatic, I'm sure, to give us any useful material at this point. So I heard renewables, privatization, red tape, digitalization, and attracting foreign direct investment, or the last of those sort of summarizes all of the others, if you like. Before you respond to those, Is there anything missing that you would have expected to have heard that you maybe are surprised that you didn't hear?
Okay, you can. There are several questions that someone can raise, of course, and can make, but I think that those are the most important. I mean, the issue that has to do with attracting foreign investments, for example. Okay, financial resources are very essential in order to achieve this energy transition that we have planned. We have to mobilize more than 40 billion euro till 2030 in order to achieve the so ambitious targets, environmental targets that we have set. Those investments are included in the current national energy plan, because now this plan has to be re-examined because we have more ambitious targets. So that the current one had a target of CO2 reduction of the emissions in CO2 by 40% till 2030. Now this must reach 55%. So additional investments must be made. So we need to attract foreign investments. So we need to attract investors. And I think yesterday's announcement of the conclusion in the tender process for the sale of DEPA Υποδομών is very important. Italgas is the buyer, the highest bidder. Italgas is a very respectable organization, very big organization, energy organization with great expertise, with strong financial basis, so can help Greece increase and develop the current networks, natural gas networks, and increase the penetration of natural gas to households and to businesses. So this must happen also to other sectors, to electricity sector, for example. We need to upgrade our distribution electricity grids, because we want to increase the penetration of the renewables. We have to interconnect our non-interconnected Greek islands. We're going to save up to 400 million euro per year if we fully interconnect Crete, for example, or interconnect Rhodos. Right now, we use their diesel generators, which are expensive, and of course emit huge quantities of CO2 into the air. So let me say that all this, of course, on the one hand, you need the financial resources to be implemented. On the other hand, you are right about the red tape. We must facilitate and make more easier for a foreign investor to come here to Greece and invest, take the risk, because you always take a risk when you do a project, and take the risk and put their money and help the development of our economy. That's why we have a slogan in our ministry that says that we have everything. We have to simplify, standardize, and digitalize everything in order to assist the investors. Of course, when it comes to offshore wind farms, we are about to finalize the legislative framework for offshore wind parks and floating ones. We promote the floating wind parks because they have two very big advantages. The first one is that in the sea we have a lot of wind, and a good quality of wind that we can utilize. The second is that those which are floating does not harm the bed of the sea, and so they are very environmentally friendly. So by the end of October, I think that we will have finalized the legislative framework of the floating, for the development of the floating wind farms. And this is going to be, of course, approved by the European Commission, and then it's going to be a law, a Greek law. So I think that is.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I hope our industry champions are suitably reassured by what they've heard. I'd like to thank all of the panelists who've been superb, I think, today. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you again later. Thanks a lot. Okay, we're going to be moving but we've got a couple of sessions before then, and our next speaker is waiting for us on the line. So we're going to move directly on to our next discussion. And to do that, I'd like to invite back to the stage Eftikis Palikaris, who's going to join me for our conversation. Well, the world's focus is firmly... How are we? Is everybody ready for the next session? A couple of minutes. Eftikis, are you here and ready to join us? Ah, here you are. Okay. You take a seat. Okay, while they're connecting you, I'll introduce the next session. Okay. We're all getting wired up here, and we'll be ready in a second or two. Okay, so the world's focus is firmly on rallying from the global pandemic and restoring economic growth, and Europe's developed detailed and comprehensive plans and funding for this recovery, of which Greece will be an important beneficiary. But how does Europe see its role in the wider world at this critical juncture? We're privileged to have joining us to address this topic Joschka Fischer, who's the former Vice-Chancellor, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany, and Joschka Fischer is on the line. Mr. Fischer, welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you with us. It would be a lot nicer for you, I'm sure, if you could be here. It's an absolutely beautiful town. But it's great to have you on the line. Would you like to give us your address and your thoughts on the climate change? You have an election just around the corner. We'd love to hear your views about that and the other pressing issues in Europe. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Unfortunately, it's a pity that I cannot be personally in the wonderful city of Thessaloniki, but it's a pleasure to join this conference also on the virtual level. Your question, the German elections. I never experienced such a situation in my country before. It's the first time ever that the incumbent chancellor is not running again. So it's not a dominant factor to vote them out of the office or keep her in. Allow me to say, I would say that the Germans would vote for Angela Merkel again, because she preserved a happy time for the country. There were severe crises, the euro crisis, the financial crisis, and also the refugee crisis, which she had to address. But all in all, it were a period of sunshine. It was mostly based on the rise of China and the export successes of the German industry. So after unification, and it was a a real challenge for the German people. After unification, Angela Merkel's period in the office as Chancellor was defined by sunshine and calm. So the Germans like that. It's certain contradiction, because on the other hand, they know perfectly well that this cannot go on. So it's a contradictory position for the majority of the Germans. Now we have a few days to go to the election day, and let me remind you, the German Chancellor is not voted by a direct vote of the people. The parties are voted into the parliament, and the parliament is voting for the Chancellor. So it will depend all on election night. How strong will the different parties be, and which coalition can be formed? And at the moment, it's unpredictable. The Social Democratic pretender, Olaf Scholz, the finance minister of the Grand Coalition, is, I think, 6 points ahead today. Armin Laschet, the pretender for the Christian Democrats, the Conservatives, is behind him. But it depends all on the coalitions. The Greens are around 15%, the Liberals now around 10 or under 10%. So let's see how this will end in election night. It's almost impossible to predict it today. I never experienced that before. But nevertheless, I think from a European perspective, the German position will not change dramatically. There will not be a disruption in the long-standing European commitment of my country. This is bipartisan based, so every German government will stay to the commitments we have made over the decades. And I think one important element we shouldn't underestimate. The European Union made a dramatic step forward by agreeing to a program, to a very substantial program, reconstruction program, after the COVID crisis to restart the economy. And I think this offers a huge opportunity, especially for the southern European countries, to come back. But allow me to be frank. I listened to the discussion before, and I think it will not be, natural gas will not be the energy source of the future. It will be the energy source of the past. We will need natural gas for some years to come. But I think under the pressure of climate change, the focus will be on renewable resources, renewable energy production. And I think this offers a huge opportunity for Greece, and this offers a huge opportunity for the European South. At least in Northern Europe, the discussion is about the transition to hydrogen for the industrial sectors, also for heating and cooling. And I think this will also be in the core of the European Commission's program. And therefore, I would urge strongly to use this opportunity and to understand that natural gas is not the future. We will need natural gas for some time, but it's based on hydrogen, on carbon, and therefore it's not fitting into an efficient fight against climate change. Climate change will dominate the future, and this will be a real disruption. It's not only a different chapter of the book we know since a long time in the history of mankind. Climate change will also change in a dramatic way global politics. We see a new confrontation between the US and China. and talks about a new Cold War. The last Cold War lasted 40 years. We don't have 40 years for another Cold War. What we need is cooperation if we want to address in an efficient way climate change. And what is true on the top level of the global hierarchy is also true on regional, in regional conflicts. So I think the future of foreign policy in the EU will be focused on the Eastern Mediterranean because we have 2 member states there. It's strategically extremely important. And allow me to say that the shift from carbon-based fuel to renewables will also change the environment in the Middle East. How will this change be formed? How will it be organized? I don't know at the moment, but it can create a lot of instability. So the Eastern Mediterranean can be a sphere of cooperation in the future, or it can be a sphere of instability, which is extremely important for Greece and for the rest of Europe too. So we saw that the mess in Afghanistan, the withdrawal in Afghanistan. I think it's too early to say that this will hurt the standing of the United States forever. We will see. Last time when Obama drew a red line and didn't act when this red line was crossed by the Syrian dictator, it led, at least this is my interpretation, to a miscalculation of Vladimir Putin in Crimea and in eastern Ukraine. So this might have consequences if the standing of the US is severely hurt. And it's not only the US, it's the West as such. So from that point of view, I think we are moving into a very challenging period of time. For the EU, the Eastern Mediterranean will be extremely important. And this means also to balance our relationship to Greece, to Cyprus, to member states, but also to an important non-member state, to Turkey. I think the EU must engage in this region. And let's see how the Afghan crisis will turn out. I'm old enough to remember the 70s when the US withdrew from Vietnam. I think it was in 73. It needed until the end of, almost until the end or the second half of the 70s, until the boat people, the refugees from Vietnam, arrived in East Asia and created a huge problem for the international community. So I wouldn't exclude that the Afghan refugees, they will not arrive at one moment at the Greek border, at the border of the European Union. But I think over the time, there will be a steady increase of people, especially the Afghanistan middle class, women and men who don't want to waste their life in the Emirate of Afghanistan. They will try to move to the West. And the nearest and safest point will be the EU. There is a land bridge, you know very well. It's a long way, but it's doable. So from that point of view, I think also we have to address this issue of refugees in the EU. We must find a solution, and I firmly believe that if we cannot agree with all the member states in unanimity, we have to do it by a group of the willing, because we cannot allow that we don't have a refugee policy, and this is only a burden for the border countries like Greece or Italy or Spain. So there we are. It's a challenging but also promising time. Climate change is a major issue, but this will have a lot of ramifications into traditional geopolitics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. You say you're old enough to remember the 70s. I can assure you I'm still wearing clothes from the 70s, so we have that in common maybe. You touched on so many issues there, and we could do with a couple of hours at least to allow you to expand on it, but sadly we have only minutes. I'm going to hand across to my colleague. Is there a question you have you'd like to put to Mr. Fisher?
Just one question, in brief. Hello, Mr. Fisher.
Hello.
A lot of subjects and issues you told me, but I want to ask, in Greece we have experienced political uncertainty and instability for years, but there was a crisis here. It was not a happy time for Greece. You say that in Germany, although there was a success story, let's say that, all these years, you live for the first time a political uncertainty. So I want to ask, what are the background of this? What are the social reasons that create this uncertainty? And second, what about Europe? Are we entering an era of lack of leadership in Europe? I mean, there is no, maybe Merkel is out, other leaders are out, EU is about to confront with a great project. So are we facing a lack of leadership in our days?
Second question, I will start with the second question. I don't believe in the lack of leadership. Leaders are produced by situations, and especially in stable democracies. If you look to history, you will find that this thesis is proven by experience. If there is a lack of leadership, it will be filled by the production of new leaders, he or she. So I'm not concerned about the leadership question. The first question you raised, I mean, we didn't speak about a lot of the burden of and the drama of German unification in economic and social in the economic and social sphere, and especially in East Germany, we had some very severe disruptions between West Germany and East Germany. And it was a period of, when this happened, it was a period where the whole globe seemed to celebrate a big party. It was before the financial crisis in 2008. So I don't want to go too much into the details, but you will remember very well this was a crazy time for especially in the rich northern countries of the globe, and the Germans were struggling with unification. We made it at the end, but when Angela Merkel was elected in 2005, she realized what the Germans want is live in calm and peace. And that's what she gave them. But the next decade will be just the opposite. It will be a decade of change. And this will be a huge challenge for my country.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much. Well, I have one question. I'm going to ask it briefly, and I'd really appreciate if you could answer it as briefly as possible, but as openly as possible. If the new German government includes the Greens, which seems quite likely, what difference is that going to make in Germany, in Europe, and possibly in the wider world to see a Green Party in power in such a prominent country?
Well, you said it. That's the answer. I think from a symbolic point of view, it would be a huge change. I mean, Germany is, compared to the new giants around the globe, a small country, but in our industrial potential, we are still in position 4, as far as I'm informed. So the symbolic effect would be dramatic. In European policy, the Greens are staunch pro-Europe and question of market economy. Yes, the majority of our party believes in market economy, but we are in favor of a stronger industrial policy. I'm personally too. I never understood the position that everybody is doing industrial policy, but we are not, because we believe in the pure market philosophy. It makes no sense for me. And my party is committed also to the European and geopolitical commitments Germany made. So there will not be a severe break. The severe break will happen in addressing climate change. This is the absolute majority for my party, and there I think it will be a serious difference because this will escalate the dynamic of the German change towards a more climate-friendly economy. And Germany is not a small player in Europe. So I think this will have also a dramatic impact on the other member states of the EU. So that's it. And by the way, it's a new generation which will join the highest offices. I wouldn't underestimate that.
Yeah. No more flared trousers and flowery shirts. The 70s are well and truly over.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Fischer, thank you so much. There are so many issues that we could talk about, so little time. We're all very, very grateful to you for joining us today. Please join me in thanking Mr. Fischer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're going to move straight on to our next session. Eftikis, thank you very much for joining me. Anyone would think this program had been planned because things move so smoothly from one topic to the next. Well, our next subject, as I mentioned earlier, the EU has very well developed and funded plans for the post-recovery period. But this isn't a traditional recovery plan with the economy pressing ahead on the same basis as before. Brussels aims to use this opportunity to found future growth on a more sustainable basis. Greece is one of the main beneficiaries over the coming years, with grants and loans of around 30 billion euros heading its way. How will that money be spent, and what opportunities does it give for the development of northern Greece, with Thessaloniki at its heart as a trans-regional hub in its own right? To help us find out, I'm delighted to be joined by our panel. Please come up and join me on the stage as I mention your names. We have Adonis Georgiadis, who's the Minister of Development and Investments in Greece. We have Alexis Charitsis, who's an MP, a former alternate Minister of Economy for Greece, and the Shadow Minister of Development and Investments with Syriza Progressive Alliance. Hi. A pleasure to meet you. Please take any seat that, as long as it's close in. Hi. Thank you. And we also have Philip Negreanu, who's the Deputy Head of Cabinet for the Transport Commissioner at the European Commission. So we've got a fantastic range of views on this topic. What we don't have, I'm afraid, is Kostas Karamanlis, the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, who was due to join us but is not feeling well. So we wish him the best. We regret that he's not here, but we have tremendous speakers to embrace this really important, vital, very, very timely topic. The EU's strategy for recovery and resilience and Greece's battle to achieve sustainable growth. So I'm going to hand straight across to Mr. Georgiadis to give us some introductory words on this topic. Minister, please go ahead.
Yesterday, I had a meeting with Commissioner Smith, and we had some very constructive and fruitful talkings about our plan, our government's plan, and for RRF, and for the partnership, the new partnership agreement, and how our government is trying to use all this real, very important European funding. I had the pleasure to hear officially from him that he personally and the whole leadership of Commission supports 100% the Greek government plan and for RRF and for the partnership agreement, and he gave us a strong success for the work we have already done these 2 years in order to be prepared and present a very constructive plan. I think in economy, it's good to announce many things, but the best of all is to present results. And these 2 years, our government, my ministry, but the whole of the government, and of course the Prime Minister, are in the very proud position to present a lot of results to the Greek people. And so our strategy, through using the money for the green transition, using the money for the digital economy, using the money, and this is very important, for the transforming of our economy. Our main idea is use this European funding to do at the end something that we hear for decades in Greece and was never done, changing the way our economy is working. And how we worked. First of all, we established a committee with high expertise under Mr. Pisaridis that for 18 months they screened our economy in all the sectors the economy had, and they proposed to the government a concrete plan for the next 5 years and what should the Greek government do in order this plan to be implemented. Then all the ministers, the Minister of Development, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Environment, the Ministry of Energy, Transportation, Infrastructure, Agriculture, Maritime Affairs, everybody took this plan and adjusted it to their policies. And then, when we took the RRF funding, RRF is totally adjusted to the plan and the new partnership agreement to the plan. So for the first time maybe in our recent history, there is one very professional made from real professionals, not from politicians alone, way of what we should do, in what timeline, with what milestones, in a very professional way of monitoring the implementation of the policies. This was presented to European authorities. We were one of the first countries that our plan for RRF was approved by European authorities. And I have the pride to say that we were the first European country that has our new partnership agreement passed and approved from the European authorities in the 27 countries of the EU. And now we are working to use this funding in the same target. I'm very confident that this plan will work. All the government is very attached to implement the policies that are in this plan. We are working, I can say, in a speedy way. My ministry, the Ministry of Development and Investment, has already spent the first 100 million from RRF, not only words, real spending in the area of research and development, which we think is a very important area that Greece can make the difference. And we're totally ready in the months to come to show again results in our economic policies. And of course, and I will close my statement with that, I always want to say that. I want to thank European Union. I'm very happy that Greece is a member of European Union. Without all this European help, we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be able to expect such a bright future for the Greek people.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's interesting you finished your words in that way, because I was just reflecting on what an extraordinary transformation in 10 years of Greece's fortunes, Greece's position in the world, Greece's position in Europe. It's sort of night followed by day in a sense. Just to sort of turn that into a question, you know, one way of looking at that is that you have tremendous volatility over the course of a few government terms. Do you think a corner has been turned now, and that volatility that we've seen in the past is a thing of the past? Or do you think you know, there's always a danger of a return to that kind of volatility?
To the limit that someone can predict human things and politics, I can really reassure you that our political environment is totally stable. There is not even one chance for early elections in Greece. The Prime Minister is totally determined to present to the world the new Greece. The new Greece, in order to be able to attract investment and serious investment, has to have a predictable environment. Early elections, even if they can give winnings, they are destroying this confidence that we want to build with the business community, the international business community. So have no fear. Greece may be, now as we speak, the most political stable country in the European Union.
Coming from the UK, I wouldn't deny that. I wouldn't question it. Excellent. Okay, well, let me move along to Mr. Charitsis. What's your response to that? What are your thoughts about this this area?
Actually, the minister gave a statement on the broader picture. I thought the panel was going to be mostly about transport infrastructure projects, but let's have this broader discussion because this is very meaningful. I think we are at a very crucial point at the moment. It's a turning point for the Greek economy, because if you see what happened in this country the last 10 years, we had a tremendous crisis which evolved from a fiscal crisis to a production crisis. And then the last couple of years we've had, of course, as the whole world, the health crisis with COVID. And now the next stage of this crisis, let's say, the one that we will be facing in the coming months, is the energy crisis. So these are challenges that are very, very crucial for the Greek economy. The Greek economy starting from a very low point, but at the same time, it provides the opportunity to do what should be done decades ago, and that's the transformation of the production model of the country. If we continue in the same way, and unfortunately I have to say that the latest reforms by the government in terms of the labor market, in terms of the policy on pensions, in terms of the environmental policy, do not predict a very positive effect on this transformation. It's mostly, I would say, a recycling of policies that failed 10 years ago. If we don't transform this production model now, then we will be facing with a situation where we will again be lagging against the other European countries. And what do we mean by transformation? Because this is a very vague term, and it could include anything and everything and everyone. I think we have to be a bit more specific, so I would highlight three key challenges. One, of course, is tackling the climate crisis. The climate crisis and the transition to a new, greener production model will have winners and losers. And this is what's happening now in Greece and abroad with the energy crisis. We are seeing that the majority of the economy, we're seeing that the SMEs, we're seeing that the households are paying for a very badly planned transition to a green model. Of course, we need to achieve our goals. Of course, we need to even go beyond the Paris targets in terms of greening the economy. The latest report from the IPCC predicts that we are already beyond the tipping point for the climate crisis. But this has to be done in a way that will be inclusive to the society and the economy. At the moment, countries like Greece and economies like the Greek economy are struggling to adapt to this new situation. So we need policies that will get our companies, our SMEs especially, will get our households on board on this transition. And this can only be done if we have policies that support these parts of the society that are currently struggling. So one is the climate crisis, green transition. Second, very important issue is inequalities in the broader sense. We have at the moment many parts of the economy that cannot adapt not just to the green transition, but to the digitalization of the production model, to the new ways that business is conducted, to the new COVID challenges. Unless we have policies in order to tackle that, in order to get companies, in order to get enterprises on board this new plan, and this can only be done with targeted projects and targeted programs for these particular areas. For example, what's happening with tourism and the transformation of our model in tourism, what's happening with other sectors of the economy, with the agricultural economy in Greece, what's happening with manufacturing, which needs specific projects in order to try to adapt in the new reality. Then the inequalities will be higher in Greece in the coming years. And the third challenge, the time is running, so I'll be very, very brief. The third challenge is the production of domestic added value. We cannot afford to keep being a country of imports. In the last few years, 3 or 4 years, one of the main, let's say, drivers for the return to growth from 2017, 2018 was the increase in exports. But this has to be done in a sustainable way. So we need specific policies in order to support a more extrovert economy, in order to get more companies within this plan. Yesterday we had a meeting with the business community of Thessaloniki, for example, and we were told by the organization of the export companies that only the 10% of the companies export the 90% of goods and services. Unless we tackle that, unless we find ways to get more companies on board in order to be able to benefit from a more open economy, then again we'll have many issues on how our production bases can be broadened and how our companies can benefit from all this huge transformation that is happening at the moment in the global economy. So these 3 key challenges for me are the ones that should be addressed at the moment: climate crisis, domestic added value, and the tackling inequalities. I don't see a plan at the moment, and I'm very, very skeptical about the government plan on the RRF. There's a lot of criticism from the business community about how they will benefit from it, but we are here and we'll see what happens in the coming months, and we will always have very concrete and realistic proposals of how things should be changed in order to tackle those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that statement. We will come back to the questions that you've raised. I just wanted to broaden this slightly and ask you one question. We're talking about the policy packages that Greece has put together, the Greek government has put together in response to this broader framework that the EU has designed for resilience and recovery. What's your response to the EU framework? So do you think they've got it right in the way that they've sort of rethought about the nature of the recovery post-COVID?
I think It's the first time that the EU surprised us in a positive way after many, many years. That would be my first reaction, I would say.
Yeah.
In terms of what we were discussing, for example, in 2008, 2009, 2010, with the financial crisis, was that there should be a very concrete, unified response from the EU on that crisis. But then every country was on its own. Huh?
Yeah.
We should have a mutualization of the burden. Now, this is happening. Maybe it's happening in a more restricted, let's say, way than we see elsewhere in the world, like, for example, the United States. But still, it's a very, very positive, I think, step forward. So my message would be that we should keep moving forward and not go back, because I'm hearing voices from member states or from Brussels that are saying that this is a one-off thing, this is a COVID exception, and then we should go back to the rule of very strict fiscal policies, of austerity, etc. I mean, this, to my mind, this would be catastrophic, not just for Greece, but for Europe as a whole at the moment, and for the cohesion of Europe. You come from the UK, you know better than me what happened there, and now the UK is out of the EU. We
As
cannot
I discovered when I arrived at the airport, they sent me to the other queue. Very annoying.
Well, the first time you had to go through another queue and not the EU queue. Huh?
Awful.
It's a very strange situation for all of us. But I have to say that unless we keep on moving forward in terms of more cohesion policies, in terms of more inclusive policies, in terms of more mutualization of the burden of debt, otherwise, I'm afraid that what we saw that happened with the UK is a tragedy that we will see happening again in the near future.
Okay, thank you. There's an awful lot there to cover, and I'm going to give you an opportunity, Minister, to respond. But first, I want to move across to Mr. Negreanu, Deputy Head of Cabinet for the Transport Commission at the European Commission. Feel free to move away from the sort of Greek domestic debate. Give us your view, your thoughts on Europe's priorities on interconnectivity.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to express the regret of Commissioner Valant for not being able to be present today. I'm sure she would have loved to see this vibrant and warm and agile city, which is quite clearly on a good path to expand its role as a cross-regional hub. Coming back a bit to the discussion that we are just having and not moving away from European politics and policies, if we take a step back to see how the Next Generation EU and its Recovery and Resilience Facility got into shape, why they were born, we quite clearly see that the pandemic had an important negative effect on the way the economy in the EU functioned, on supply chains, on businesses, on services, on the freedom of movement of people. And for the EU to be able to recover and bounce back better and get more sustainable and more digital in its recovery, the European Union put this proposal forward to the member states in the framework of the MFF negotiations, the multi-annual financial framework, and the member states adhered to this project, which is without using too big words, it's quite historic, because it puts together EU's lending power and its AAA rating to allow member states to finance via the EU their recovery. I must admit that I'm positively surprised that we can still positively surprise member states, and I hope that we will keep doing that, but this surprise is just a continuation of what the EU has already been doing. For example, by financing through the Connecting Europe facility various infrastructures all around Europe on the TEN-T core network, which is the main transport network of the EU, And Thessaloniki is part of the eastern part of the Orient-East Med corridor. And this is already a success story that was supported with the help of the Greek government and with the co-financing of the EU by putting over 280 million into in the past financial framework in the infrastructures around Greece. The rail connection that was launched in 2019 between Thessaloniki and Athens cut the time to get from Thessaloniki to Athens by 70 minutes. I would also like to think that this is a positive surprise for everybody in Europe and in Greece. And I'm here to convey the message that the Union is now changing the narrative, expanding its support via the recovery facility, but also via its traditional programs that have been expanded, like the Connecting Europe facility, who will now start its second round of financing. And we are awaiting important projects from all around Europe on the TEN-T core networks to be financed. But not only that, because we are updating we will be updating this autumn in the framework of the Fit for 55 package, in the framework of fighting climate change and supporting digitalization. We'll be updating the standards and the prerequisites of what modern infrastructure needs to look like in Europe. So by doing that and by proposing also legislation on the intelligent transport networks, we are aiming at supporting Europe and its member states to accelerate in deploying the modern infrastructure that's needed to underpin the recovery that we are trying to support, all of us. Just to give you a few examples of the cooperation we had during the finalization of the Greek Recovery and Resilience Plan, it's quite good to have been able to witness how the climate transition and the sustainability have been fed into this plan. For example, by the over 8,000 recharging stations that have been put in the plan, or by the agreement to include zero-emission buses into the plan, which can clean up cities by transforming the way urban mobility works and by interconnecting the urban mobility to the European corridors. Or by the important two motorways that will be financed through the Greek plan with the support of the EU. All of these are examples of a joint effort by the EU and its member states, and in particular, today we discuss Greece, on how to bounce back together. And I'll reiterate my hope that we can keep surprising positively everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's about as much as you can expect, isn't it? Positive surprises from time to time. Minister, I promised you an opportunity to come back to Mr. Chiritis' very clear, I thought, commentary, picked out 3 areas of concern for him. Climate and in particular the load bearing by the Greek population of the costs of addressing climate change, so how those costs are shared around, inequality more broadly, and transforming the productive capacity of the country to add value add at different layers of the economy and to draw different layers of the economy into the export market. What are your responses to those 3 points?
First of all, I want to respond to the comment about the positive surprise of Europe during the last period. It was a clever comment from Mr. Haritsis, but I want to oppose that. I know that it's many times very easy to criticize European Union, but the truth is, if you would see European Union as a whole and measure the aspects of economy, human rights, environment protection, the way the standard living of the people is, education, everything, European Union is the best place on the planet to live. So there were many positive surprises during European history in order to achieve that point. And I would say that because it's very easy to criticize, but the truth is, when we decided, when Konstantinos Karamanlis, the founder of New Democracy and of modern Greek Republic, decided to apply us to enter European Union, at that time I think the majority of the people couldn't really realize. And this is the reason I think you in the United Kingdom have made a historical mistake. So, but this is your case. I will stay in ours. So, let us go to the present. I will take the last comment of Mr. Haridis. He told, and he was right, that only the 10% of the businesses export. This is the real problem of our economy is the small size of the enterprises. The 92% of the enterprises of the country are not bankable because they are very small. In RRF, and this is why I said all this before to Europe, one of the examples, we put more than 4 billion as a motives to make companies unite, grow bigger, so be able to be bankable, be able to be transparent, be able to be competitive. And I told you in my statement that the biggest bet our government and our society and our nation has for the next 3, 4, 5 years is to use this European gift to transform the economy in a way that will really make us much more competitive than we were in the recent decades. So I agree to the comment, but he was not very fair in the plan. The plan has this comment in between. The second comment about the energy and the inflation that comes through the energy sector, not only by the energy sector, let us speak about the energy sector and the green transition. I totally disagree. The recent increase of the cost of energy throughout the world and throughout the European Union has nothing to do with the green transition. If it was this case, before pandemic, we would have seen it. The real reason is the pandemic and how the pandemic has influenced the economy of the planet overall in a very severe way. 1 year before, we had some days that the barrel of oil was $0, zero. And the energy prices were in an historical low point for months, for weeks. When you tackle the balance of the economy, it's totally impossible to reach the balance automatically at once. It will need to have some up and downs, and as more the severe was to the one direction, as more the influence will be to the other direction. This is how nature works. And economy is nothing but nature. So what we see now in oil, in natural gas, in energy, in prices in maritime affairs and everything is just the unbalance that all the pandemic had to economy because of the quarantine measures, because of the low rates, because of the money we spent, because of everything. After some months, this will be balanced again. So we don't have to have any panic on that. For Greece, I can proudly say, last month we were the champions in European Union in producing energy by air, by wind, for the first time in our history. The energy we spent in 2020 for the first time was more through renewables than other resources. The investments in renewable energy is something far beyond any expectation. I think you have read the announcement 1 week ago that Greece had for 2021 until now the most investments in renewable energy in any European country. We have a very ambitious plan in the renewable energy, not only because we believe in green transition, which of course we believe, but and for strictly economical reasons. Green economy will produce wealth for the Greek people and will be one of the biggest opportunities the country will have in the near future, because also in wind energy, also in solar power, Greece has natural advantages that we can use to produce wealth for our people. We announced with the Ministry of Energy 1 week ago that Greece is participating to European IPCIs for hydrogen, and we will spend a lot of money for hydrogen investment, especially in Western Macedonia, in order to transform the economy in the declimatizing areas. And we are very determined not only to achieve the goals of Paris treatment as a country, but to make it in a very sustainable and productive economic way. And I will close that not to take all your time, I hear all these fears for social cohesion and the problems, and I respect them. Yesterday with the Commissioner, we had 1.5 hours only discussing our plans for social cohesion, and as I told you, he publicly stated that it's one of the best plans he's ever seen in the European Union. But some days ago, we had the announcement from our national statistic company. The reason we measure the economy is not just to have one more organization, is to try to have a common language, because we can disagree in ideologies, we can disagree in everything, but we cannot disagree in figures. Mathematics is the language of the universe. It doesn't depend if you are right or left. It doesn't depend if you are tall or small. It doesn't depend if you are Greek or Britain. It's just the figures. And the figures, for the first time, were fantastic, not only for the recovery of our economy. I see Mr. Haris is laughing. If you want to debate on that, I'm very open to do it. Very open to do it. It's not what the Greek government is saying. It's what all the big agencies of the planet, Bloomberg, CNN, Financial Times, wrote about the results of the second Q of 2021. But if someone would read the figures in the increase of deposits, in the capital that an average Greek had to spend during this period, in the consumer spending, and in all the other indicators, we have to see how the standard of living for the Greek people was in the recent months. They were never better in our recent history. And this is really the last, the PMI indicator for production of industry and manufacturing of Greece of August 2021 was the highest in our history, and the exports the highest in our history, and as of volume, and as of value. So it cannot, all this happening together, and nothing good is happening in the country. If this is the case, then for some reason in Greece mathematics doesn't work. So everybody can afraid and have fear for our future, and this is respectful. Our responsibility to answer to these fears, and the question was right, that posed by the honorable member of the parliament from the opposition party, but this cannot change what is really happening. And we're producing as a country, not as a government, as a nation, good results, and we have successes. And we mustn't keep them away from publicity just for political reasons.
You've got 30 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
30 seconds?
Yeah, I'm sure that's all you need.
Okay, look, the job of the government, any government, is to paint a very bright picture of what's happening. And the job of the opposition, any opposition, is to highlight the problems, etc. I think we need to move a little bit beyond that, because things are really, really very, very crucial at the moment. About the EU, I wasn't referring to the 40 years of Greece being part of the EU. I was referring to how the EU addressed previous crises, okay? The fiscal crisis, the refugee crisis, and that's why I insist that this is the way forward. Maybe Mr. Minister should convince, and I was very pleased with what he said about how Europe should move forward, but he should convince his counterparts in the European Conservative Party about how we should move forward, because this is where I know, this is where the opposition comes from for more expansionary policies. But what I'm trying to say is that we are at a turning point now, and unless we face reality a very harsh reality. I'm not saying that nothing positive is happening. I'm not saying that everything is going to ruins or whatever. But at the moment, we have an economy that is struggling. We have an economy that has on its back 10 very difficult years. And unless we find ways and we have a strategic plan in order to move forward in an inclusive way, and this is where my main debate and main opposition to the government is. We had the discussion in the parliament with the Minister of Finance, for example. I didn't receive any very convincing answers on how we can use the European funding in this way. And by European funding, I don't mean just RRF. One small parenthesis, I know I'm running out of time now, but it's not just about recovery. RRF is about resilience as well. Okay, this is something that we should always keep in mind. It's Resilience and Recovery Fund. Okay, we saw what happened in our country, we saw what happened in Germany with recent tragedies, with flooding, etc. Resilience is a very important issue. But we have RRF, we have the new ESPA, NSRF. We have the Fit for 55, which Mr. Negreanu mentioned, which is a very important financial tool. We have the new agricultural policy. This is, I would say, a package of funding that we should use in a supplementary way with a kind enough to finish the panel discussion and proceed with a coffee break. Okay, so I'm concluding. I think what we are lacking at the moment is a national growth strategy plan which will move the country forward. This is my main criticism. This is why we think that the government produced a plan that it was not in consultation with the business community, with the local authorities, with the parliament, and this is something that we will be facing in the future. We have produced concrete proposals. We have highlighted the main issues and the main problems. Let's have an open discussion with the government about a national plan on how we move forward. Otherwise, I'm sorry to say this, I think we will be facing very, very harsh times in the very near future. Thank you very much.
I think that was fairly constructive for a discussion between government and opposition, certainly in my recent experience. Thank you all very, very much for a really engaging, really fascinating. I'm not sure we really hit the theme of the panel, but we had a great discussion all the same. I'm very happy about that. Indeed, indeed. So please join me in thanking our panel and enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που τα υψηλή τεχνολογίας μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης που χρησιμοποιεί το Εθνικό Συλλογικό Σύστημα της Ανταποδοτικής Ανακύκλωσης είναι εξοπλισμός αμερικάνικης τεχνολογίας. Ως αποτέλεσμα, οι ΗΠΑ έχουν όχι μόνο το καλύτερο πρωτάθλημα μπάσκετ στον κόσμο, αλλά έχουν και το καλύτερο εξοπλισμό ανακύκλωσης συσκευασιών στον κόσμο. Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας, εκτός των συνόρων της Αμερικής, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα κεντρικό κόμβο για όλη την Ευρώπη. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος που στην Ελλάδα μας πραγματοποιήθηκε η επένδυση ώστε να κατασκευάζουμε μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας για μεταλλικές, πλαστικές και γυάλινες συσκευασίες, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην κυκλική οικονομία, με τεχνολογία αιχμής και όραμα για ένα καλύτερο περιβάλλον. Η ανακύκλωση είναι μια παγκόσμια προτεραιότητα και στον αγώνα αυτόν είμαστε όλοι μια ομάδα. Γιατί η ανακύκλωση είναι η υπόθεση όλων μας. Ας αφήσουμε τις επόμενες γενιές, τον πλανήτη μας, σε καλύτερη κατάσταση από αυτή που τον παραλάβαμε.
design, the implementation. Our people, the competence, the know-how. The vision, the success, the pride. Intracat, taking Greece to new heights.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που τα υψηλή τεχνολογίας μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης που χρησιμοποιεί το Εθνικό Συλλογικό Σύστημα της Ανταποδοτικής Ανακύκλωσης είναι εξοπλισμός αμερικάνικης τεχνολογίας. Ως αποτέλεσμα, οι ΗΠΑ έχουν όχι μόνο το καλύτερο πρωτάθλημα μπάσκετ στον κόσμο, αλλά έχουν και το καλύτερο εξοπλισμό ανακύκλωσης συσκευασιών στον κόσμο. Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος, αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας, εκτός των συνόρων της Αμερικής, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα κεντρικό κόμβο για όλη την Ευρώπη. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος που στην Ελλάδα μας πραγματοποιήθηκε η επένδυση ώστε να κατασκευάζουμε μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας για μεταλλικές, πλαστικές και γυάλινες συσκευασίες, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην κυκλική οικονομία, με τεχνολογία αιχμής και όραμα για ένα καλύτερο περιβάλλον. Η ανακύκλωση είναι μια παγκόσμια προτεραιότητα και στον αγώνα αυτόν είμαστε όλοι μια ομάδα. Γιατί η ανακύκλωση είναι η υπόθεση όλων μας. Ας αφήσουμε τις επόμενες γενιές τον πλανήτη μας σε καλύτερη κατάσταση από αυτή που τον παραλάβαμε.
project, the design, the implementation, our people, the competence, the know-how, the vision, the success, the pride. Indrakat, taking Greece to new heights.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που τα υψηλή τεχνολογίας μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης που χρησιμοποιεί το Εθνικό Συλλογικό Σύστημα της Ανταποδοτικής Ανακύκλωσης.
Gentlemen, it's good to see you all back after coffee. I'm still digesting my lovely Thessaloniki cakes. It's my own fault for overrunning in the original session, so we had a shorter coffee break than planned. But you're all very welcome back. We go straight on to our next session, the first one of the afternoon, which is about decarbonisation and growth. Two concepts that don't necessarily go together in many people's minds. For years, the climate challenge has weighed on politics, promising the kinds of burdens, costs and sacrifices that politicians hate having to talk about. But is there a more positive message that they can adopt? Something that will help them avoid becoming a target for opponents and allies alike? Can decarbonisation be used as a spur for growth and positive social change? I'll be asking our panel to address these questions and more, and I would invite them to come and join me on the stage. They are Konstantinos Mousroulis, Chairman of the Steering Committee at Just Transition Development Plan, Konstantinos Mavros, who's the CEO at PPC Renewables, John Karidas, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Renewables and Energy Storage at Kopelousos Group, and George Peklivanoglu, Vice President at the Unis Energy Group, a former chairman of Wind Energy Committee at the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and George Polychroniou, who's the Executive Director, Strategy and Business Development and Corporate Secretary at the DEPA Group of Companies. So if we're all here, excellent, then let's get going straight away. Let me hand across to Mr. Moussaroulis from the Just Transition Development Plan to give us your thoughts on this sort of conflict between decarbonisation and growth. Please head off. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. As an introductory note, I would like to say that we are experiencing a transition period, an uncertainty period. The beginning of this transition period for us was May 68 in Paris, when the consumption society was challenged, when we talked about ecological consequences of development. So we have members of the market today to visualize together how the future will be after decarbonization as Europe and as a country. In order to do so, we will have to project the present data to the future. Under certain consequences, the first technological one, prerequisites, excuse me, the first is technological. The technology applications in large scale that requires research to produce innovation. The second prerequisite is how the prices of energy will develop globally, and its sufficiency, of course. And the third prerequisite, the national one, is on whether the state, the local states, the regions, its structures can operate as activists in order to overcome impediments and difficulties, institutional ones and others, so as to be successful, which means to change the present situation into prosperity. The messages are positive. There is a coincidence of developmental objectives with those of the protection of the environment. There is a plan for the first time, a plan which theoretically and in practice, with the tools produced, will form the prerequisites for this prosperity. And we have a transitional period, 2 or 3 years, in order to be able to adjust the productive model, which is dependent on lignite and creates some depression in the lignite-depending areas. We have resources of 2 billion to fight back the delignitization process. We have matured the urban planning for the mines, and I think we are more mature right now, because we do have also the infrastructure which is necessary for this transformation. In the past, we did not think of them because of the dependence. The primary sector, of course, in the past was dependent only on fossil fuel, and that explains why areas like Kozani, rich in waters, did not find any alternatives until now. So opportunities are here, and we wouldn't have these opportunities if the government hadn't taken the opportunity to put a timetable in all these. So these prerequisites are here today, and we had to take these decisions in the future under more adverse situations. Crisis for us, we're talking about crisis, and the Chinese ideogram for that depicts difficulties, at the same time opportunities, and this is a happy coincidence. So adverse conditions can lead us to prosperity. See the prices of fossil fuel lately. See how international funds focus on sustainable investments that we should take greatly into consideration. And here the market should also play an important role, not only the financial institutions. So there is an interest of private funds, and I defend the fact, yes, that this coincidence, unhappy coincidence, can become a prosperity for all.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Profound apologies. I'm reading from the wrong agenda. Actually, I'm going to pop over right now and get the correct one from my table. The important thing about this one is that it includes the name of the person who I left out in my introduction. So profound apologies for that. Mr. Spiros Kiartsis from the Hellenic Petroleum Group. You're very welcome, even though I didn't give you a proper introduction. So let's move on to our next speaker. Mr. Mavros, perhaps you'd like to take over at this point?
Thank you very much. Είμαστε στη Βόρεια Ελλάδα εδώ που χτυπάει η καρδιά της ΔΕΗ.
So, thank you. We are in northern Greece where for many decades the heart of PPC has been beating strong, and amidst I think that we are all currently experiencing these huge drastic change and fluctuations in the energy prices, and currently in Europe we have circumstances, conditions being created that might lead to a big problem in the future, until in a few years we will have the green transition fully implemented. So we're talking about the cost of this transition, which we are all here invited to find ways and support in order to reach a point which is technically defined as Fit for 55, which means that we have to reduce the CO2 emissions by 2050 up to 55% compared to 2019 levels. So these are decisions already taken. I'm not talking just at the level of with respect to Greece. I'm talking about Europe. I'm talking about globally. So let me put in perspective something that keeps me always alert, something that keeps me awake at night, as we say, in my capacity, in my position. So in this planet, we are all called to decrease greenhouse emissions by 61 billion tons, 51 billion tons. For instance, a 50 megawatt energy project reduces less than 0.0001% these emissions. So we have to change the way we produce energy. Gases are emitted when we generate an energy or cement, or when we transport, when we use electricity, which is currently depending mainly on fossil fuels. So we have to move forward with electrification, electric economy as we call it. We have to change the way we heat our households. This is moving forward. So we are here in northern Greece to discuss about the things we do locally in Eastern Mediterranean also and in Southeastern Europe. The very optimistic project that Mr. Moussouroulis described, he has been the leading figure of this plan, provides for the PPC group, I'm talking now specifically for PPC, for the transition into the renewables and sustainable fuels in the future. So we move forward and we have a very concrete, very strategically placed and well-designed path course, which is to support both this transition and at the same time support the national and European plan. First, we announced that we will fully decommission the Eastern Macedonian energy plants. We have also announced, and we're moving forward with the development of renewable energy projects. We have doubled and we will be able to triple our installed capacity in renewables by the end of next year, which is something that we will keep on being, we will revisit it and review it upwards. Let me put a parenthesis. Over the past months, one might see that all big players, all big utilities currently being transformed into green energy companies or green technology energies keep on reviewing their targets upwards, which is something that we systematically intend to do. What does this mean in terms of quantity? A company like PPC Group and PPC Renewables, we double our size and we construct the historically leading project of 300 megawatt. It's more than 300 megawatts of projects as a whole, actually. So in the coming 6 months, we will have a call for one of the largest projects ever in Europe or globally. We're talking about one single project that will be more than 500 megawatts in installed capacity in Ptolemaida with 3 substations. It's a gargantuan deed that I think reflects how accelerated these investments are. I'm happy to say that we have already ensured that we will go well beyond half gigawatt. We will have the call in the next 6 months, and within 2022 we'll be able to have at least 1 gigawatt of a project being tendered. So the objective for 2023 is doing okay. We are on track, and that's just the beginning, because as I said before, we have to speed up. Ending. And that brings me to the price, to the energy prices. Bilateral agreements. We have now the first project being built in the context of a bilateral agreement in Megalopoli. It's very important because there will be no more feed-in tariffs. We're talking about mature transition. We have the energy exchange. This will drop the prices, and at the end of the day, this will lead to a more competitive Greek industry, manufacturing as well, and this will also reflect on the utility bills of the households. So we have to move forward. We have to keep on investing, and we have to move forward at full throttle. Energy storage, floating renewables, floating wind farms. This is the way forward. We will keep on doing that, and I think our objectives, will be met quite soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Mr. Karidis from Kopelousos Group. Your thoughts, please, Mr. Karidis.
Thank you very much. As we know, energy transition is in the limelight more than ever, and with the targets for minimizing CO2 emissions and the national plan for decreasing the CO2 emissions and protect the climate makes us advance. What does that mean? What we need to change the energy model. Huge penetration of RES in the energy mix, and we all agree in this panel that this is the only way ahead to achieve climate protection, long-term protection of the environment, and this will have a result: prosperity, new jobs, development of the local economy, and regional development, which is also important, and especially in the areas where we have delignitization. For every 10 million investments in RES, new jobs are created, and that is an opportunity for our country as well. Of course, when we talk about RES, we need to include the storage units and aim at their implementation, because we will achieve better penetration and faster penetration of RES in the system, and it will support the system by offering sufficiency and adequacy and new technology, as mentioned by the earlier speakers, for floating parks and offshore ones. And I think that RES is an opportunity for our country, because it will allow construction projects, it will enhance also tourism by creating new incentives for areas where there is delignitization. And what else, which is important, we have two adverse examples. The wildfires on the one hand, and the increase of the energy prices. So that leads us to fast investments in RES. RES is the only source of energy environmentally friendly, and the interventions that take place in order to make a wind park are fully licensed and well prepared. So the adverse events are less than the benefit they offer. RES, because of their costs, can decrease the energy prices. I dare say that in order to achieve that, we need to take measures fast. For me, some are very important. Continuous effort against red tape. We need to upgrade and digitize the network. Of course, we need updating and constant training of the population, first to believe in the benefits of clean energy, and of course to be trained for new jobs in RES. We at Kopalouzos have been investing for years. We will continue investing to the benefit of the Greek economy, because we try to create new jobs. We have experience in implementing complex and technologically challenging projects, and we have experience in RES, PVs and wind, in hydrogen and offshore parks. So the answer to your question is yes, it is a great opportunity for prosperity, growth, creation of new jobs, and environment protection.
I always like it when someone says the answer to your question is yes. That's always a positive note. Let's move on then to George Pekli-Vanoglu, Vice President at Unis Energy Group and former Chairman at the Wind Energy Committee, ASME. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much.
As mentioned before, the issue of green transition has to do with a decision taken at a global level and it represents a challenge, and that's a fact. On the other hand, we believe that this challenge might create an amazing potential for growth, and let me include in this potential the aspect of R&D, because currently we are at the right moment to invest also on R&D, innovation, etc. So, let me share with you some of the actions taken by our group. Of course, we know what our other targets set, as our esteemed guest, Mr. Vice Chancellor, former Vice Chancellor Fischer, has said. It's not enough to discuss about conventional fossil fuels in the future. No, we have to keep on looking towards the future. The Green Deal has includes specific, clear targets in specific areas, and given that these objectives represent a challenge on their own, because reducing emissions by 2030 by 55% is not something you can do just by investing. It calls for technology, it calls for R&D. Let me show you how we in UNIS think about this transition. We believe that this era calls for rethinking the way companies operate, so they are more integrated, because transition has to take place at all levels, starting from utility projects to households. So our group keeps on investing on acquiring new know-how, and let me highlight the value and the importance of large-scale pilot projects like the Tilos one. It's the first green island, practically speaking, in Greece, and it's the first and multi-awarded project with signed PPA for selling energy into the grid. And this is it's a laboratory for us, because it allows us to develop new technologies that will help us enter the new era of energy storage and renewables more easily. At the same time, as I said, in order to have this transition, you have to be active in many areas, and UNIS has invested in the first plan to design and produce small wind turbines in Greece. That's one more sign. You cannot have big wind farms everywhere, and sometimes the requirements are different. So in our arsenal of technologies, we have to have a variety of solutions. The same happens with e-mobility. We're talking about decarbonization, of course, but from a different viewpoint. We're talking about decarbonization of transports, and it's very important to be innovative, to create integral added value, because EV chargers represent a very specific segment that call for specific know-how, and it represents a very challenging aspect. As discussed before, the energy storage technology is very important. It might provide us with a very quick solution to grid stability, and that's one of the main objectives of our company, by licensing the first and largest storage systems in Greece using arrays of batteries. And of course, as mentioned before, interconnections. They are very, very important. We support that we have to be 100% renewable, and we have to move forward with those targets we set that will allow all systems to be independent at all scale, starting with the so-called green islands. Tilos is the first. We have more coming in. This will allow us to bring the island decarbonization forward. Then we're talking about innovative and independent energy systems for the buildings. We have systems in place, cost-effective ones, that will also allow the ordinary citizen to be part of this big game. And of course, we're talking about the large-scale energy storage systems. According to our plans, within 2022, we will be able to start building these infrastructure, and we will allow, and as a result, have them into the grid as well. Now, let me show you how a day goes in a system like that. So this is a day in Tilos. Top right corner, this is the wind this is the wind potential, and that shows the stochastic nature of renewables. So you have to stabilize that using batteries and control systems. So our innovation lies in the following. Although this fluctuation, this variability is immense as far as the load is concerned in the system, we have to provide consumers with a stable and smoothless energy supply. And this innovation has to be both supported and brought forward, especially in Greece, because we have specific circumstances, so we need specific systems. So I welcome you to visit our site and check the real-time data from the Telos project and come closer to this huge challenge and our solution that has been very successful in the past so far. Thank you.
Thank you up on that invitation. I'm going to ask you a question now. I know you need to leave the panel, so I want to, before you go, I wanted to get your view on this. You talk about an aim of 100% green energy for everyone. And depending on one's definition of green, that is quite an ambition. I think you're sort of pushing with the tide among a large segment of the global population. People, there's a lot more awareness now than there's ever been in the past of the urgency of making change here. Maybe that's less the case when it comes to business operations and when it comes to politics, where possibly the constraints that people face are a bit more direct. Where do you see the blockages? Where do you see, in achieving the goal that you've set out there, what are the barriers for you between the vision that you've got there and what you expect to happen over the next 5, 10, 20 years?
Θεωρώ πως το μεγαλύτερο εμπόδιο στην επίτευξη αυτού του πραγματικά μεγαλεπίβολου σχεδίου και του μεγαλόπνου στόχου δεν είναι σίγουρα τεχνολογικό. Χρειάζεται τεχνολογική καινοτομία, ωστόσο θεωρώ πως οι συμβατικές δομές τόσο σε επίπεδο αδειοδοτήσεων όσο και σε επίπεδο διασύνδεσης των συστημάτων είναι το βασικό εμπόδιο. Αυτή τη στιγμή τεχνολογικά η ενέργεια περνά μια επανάσταση. Τα συστήματα πλέον δεν μπορούν να διαχωριστούν τα ενεργειακά συστήματα από τα συστήματα πληροφοριών, οπότε μιλάμε για Internet of Things, μιλάμε για Artificial Intelligence, μιλάμε για τέτοιου τύπου συστήματα ενσωματωμένα στο ενεργειακό γίγνεσθε και θα πρέπει αντίστοιχα και όλος ο μηχανισμός πέρα από το τεχνολογικό κομμάτι να μπορεί να ακολουθήσει αυτές τις εξελίξεις. Νομίζω ότι το πρόβλημα δεν είναι τεχνολογικό, το πρόβλημα είναι διαχειριστικό, είναι γραφειοκρατικό και είναι ουσιαστικά ο τρόπος με τον οποίο αντιλαμβανόμαστε την ενέργεια. Δεν μιλάμε για κάτι το οποίο είναι στατικό πλέον, μιλάμε για δυναμικές μεταβολές τόσο σε επίπεδο τιμών, σε επίπεδο συμβολέων, σε επίπεδο πελατών, οπότε το σύστημα πρέπει να αλλάξει προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I know you need to leave, so please feel free to leave when
okay.
At your convenience. Let's move on now to Mr. Kiartsis, who's the Manager of New Technologies and Alternative Energy Sources at Hellenic Petroleum Group, and I stress the word in the name there, petroleum. So, your views, please.
I will continue speaking in Greek. Petroleum is something that sounds absurd when we talk about RES, new technologies. It was in the past in our minds and it will continue existing because that oil industry advances, innovates in many things because because it invests in new technologies, in RES, in fuel of low carbon footprint. It is not just a need because of regulatory phenomena, because it is imposed by the state or legislation. It is a way of thinking, of dealing and respecting dealing with and respecting the environment, and it is an investment opportunity. It's not something that can be considered as an El Dorado where we will have the laws of Far West some years, some centuries ago. It's a philosophy, a culture, We are very cautious in investing because we can diversify our portfolio and help us move forward. As Hellenic Petroleum Group, we have ambitious targets 2030 to decrease by 50% our emissions and 2050 to zero these emissions. How we will do so? We will do that by investing in RES. We have an important portfolio in operation or under deployment. Our target for 2030 are 2 gigawatts. We try to improve the efficiency of our our facilities and try to decrease the consumption of fuel and decrease the emissions. Consequently, we use hydrogen, either green or blue. The refinery of Elefsin will be a state-of-the-art refinery, allowing us to produce green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, an investment of hundreds of millions that will bind the CO2 emissions, and in that way we will decrease our carbon footprint. Our feeding will be done with feedstock of low carbon footprint, especially for petrochemicals, the plastics, propylenium plant. We can use what comes from via circular economy in the cycle of plastic. We have a fuel of low carbon footprint, biofuel of next generation, biomass, or even microalgae, and we aim further more in services and products that we offer to be of low carbon footprint. How do we manage that? We already have an extended program of installing fast chargers in our stations in order to cover all motorways. We will have 50 of these chargers by the end of this year. Moreover, we examine the possibility of building within the refinery of Thessaloniki to build a unit for biofuel by used fry pan oils, and by using the optimum optimally hydrogen produced from these processes to improve the whole process.
Director Strategy Business Development at DEPA. What are your thoughts, please, on this area?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ο ρόλος του φυσικού αερίου στην...
The role of natural gas in the green transition is very important. I would say that in the context of energy transition, we have certain goals, of course, set at the European level, but the process of this transition itself includes many uncertainties. So we have the pillars, but there are certain points of concern. Natural gas is universally recognized as a main pillar of this transition. It's the fuel to be used on the road to decarbonization, and and we have specific infrastructures developed in the past decades at European level, and they may be used also during the decarbonization period, either for green gases being used, or for synthetic gases, or for hydrogen, which is also considered a very important pillar for this energy transition. Our company, DEPA, as you may very well know, is the company that brought natural gas to Greece, investing no less than 3.2 billion euros over the past 30 years. Currently, we have a dual role to play. On the one hand, we have DEPA Commercial, which ensures the smooth operation of the natural gas market in our country, and this is a very, very important aspect. We see what the repercussions are as a result of the fluctuation of prices in the past years. And on the other hand, we, like all energy companies, we have, like all energy companies that in the past used to do only one thing. They were into oil, they were into natural gas, etc. We have to transform ourselves, and we've been doing that. We are currently changing into an energy company emphasizing on decarbonization. So, what do we do in all these areas? A, the natural gas market. We significantly contribute in turning our area into a main energy hub of the region. We become an energy transit hub for natural gas. In the past period, we see that we have important infrastructure projects developed. The TAP pipeline is done, the IGB is under construction, connecting Greece with Bulgaria. There's a very important terminal being built in Alexandroupoli. We are also part of this project. So this is a very important pillar of our activities. On the other hand, we have our development agenda, and in this context, the energy transition related activities are very important. We believe that we have a very important role to play, and it's also one of our priorities to work in the area of renewables and hydrogen. We are the coordinating entity together with other groups in a very important project, the White Dragon one. Here we have representatives from top energy groups. We work with them in this context, PPC, the Hellenic Petroleum Group and the Copelouzos Group, and other big players. This project will be a very important one in the region of Eastern Macedonia, producing green hydrogen, the White Dragon project, as I said. So it will produce green hydrogen stored and available for reuse in high temperature fuel cells for producing renewable energy and heating. This project has been selected as one of the, has been proposed by the Greek government as a top project in the context of the PCIs, the projects of common interest, currently assessed in Brussels. Talking about the hydrogen industry first of all. Now we are entering the electricity market by producing energy from renewables. We have a portfolio of renewables, mainly solar parks, more than 200 megawatts. Also in Western Macedonia area, thus contributing to this effort. And of course we support other actions that give actually alternatives to natural gas, especially in areas like shipping or use of natural gas for heavy trucks or heavy vehicles. And of course, the same applies for natural gas in light trucks. So we do our bit in this effort to decarbonize our economy. Thank you very much.
Very quick question for you. Gas is, everybody's leaning now on natural gas as the transition fuel towards a greener economy, simply because in comparison with petroleum, it's so much more, it's so much less polluting. So that sort of suggests that there's a timeline, there's a shelf life for gas during the transition, but that greener energies will come, greener sources of energy will come along and replace it, just as it is replacing petroleum. Is there a longer term lifespan for natural gas? Are there uses for it that will keep it, demand for it high into the future, further into the future?
Όπως είπα, η ενεργειακή μετάβαση...
As I said, energy transition is not a given, and it's not the same in all areas. There are certain areas, industries, in which this transition will be materialized more swiftly, depending on the characteristics of the use itself. It is quite clear that when talking about heating, or industrial use, or electricity power generation, the energy transition in this case will be quick. But there are other uses for which the alternative energy sources have different, let's say, characteristics. For instance, shipping. That's a good example. In shipping, the energy density of alternatives does not allow for easily replacing the existing fuels used. And of course, replacing the new fuels that have already been developed. So we believe that there are certain uses like shipping, which is a very telling example, and I'm giving this example because Greece holds a very important position in the shipping world. DEPA is very active in that, and we have taken initiatives in this direction. We believe that LNG will play a very important role in this regard because of the energy density of this fuel and because of the capability, the possibility to use it also for other liquefied gases. So this use, like others, heavy trucks, heavy transportations, these are some of the uses in which natural gas will have a longer, let's say, lifespan.
Probably could ask anybody this, but I'm picking on you for it. I'm struggling to remember an industry of this strategic importance globally that's been presented by the need to transform itself so urgently for such important existential reasons in such a short period of time. I can't think of another industry that's been through that. What is the next technology that will close the gap between what we can do today and what we need to do if we're going to hit the targets that we've set ourselves?
That's a very interesting question. Gas is an intermediate thing, it's a bridge thing. Sorry.
So, natural gas is a bridge gas. The question is, what will the next day be like? Well, we will have a lot of rest, the prices will be dropping, And I think we will go to hydrogen. This is the next happy milestone, which is very important for the future. I will go back and say that in order to decrease the emissions of greenhouse gases, natural gas is not enough to become hydrogen. What we will see is storage technologies. They will change form from the traditional form they have today. And of course, we will see new technologies like carbon capture. So in order to have from 51 billion tons emissions to zero, it's huge. So we will need innovation and technological intervention. And since we are talking about things changing, the tipping point in an industry is decades. We've been using coal for years, decades, and now we want zero emissions. So that needs to change everything and digitize a lot of.
Talked about the centrality of storage. Now, what an important concept and important technology this is. What's the next technological advance in storage that we should expect? Because we know that today the technology we have isn't enough to get us to where we need to be. So not necessarily batteries, but just in storage in general, what are the technologies that are in the pipeline that we can expect to see over the coming years?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, it is a big challenge for all of us because the growth rate is rather fast compared to what it was years ago, and the pace of change has changed. We need to have storage units for batteries in Greece. That will allow fast penetration of RES and will give the profile to the system to have adequacy and security of energy. So, fast penetration. Number one, with regard to storage with batteries, the technological challenge is to decrease the cost, longer life of batteries, and fast charging and slow discharge of batteries. That will allow us to restructure the profile of the system, allowing it to introduce RES faster. Technology advances, nevertheless. On papers, we have new technologies on storage besides batteries. And we all expect to see these things to become cost effective, to take sustainable investments. Of course, there are other technologies as well, but I believe that batteries have a lot of prospect. In the next 8 to 10 years, we need to see how these batteries will evolve. And when we talk about huge storage batteries, we talk about new ingredients, nickel batteries, longer life, and faster charge.
Do you anticipate a change? So you mentioned the cost of energy, and I think one of the issues with renewable is that the economy has been sort of built around the idea of fossil fuels, and we go to the garage, we fill up our cars, we live our lives paying what we pay for resources that are actually more expensive to the planet than the money we're paying. Do you see mechanisms, the need for market mechanisms to even the price, to make it a fairer playing field, if you like, so that we pay the real cost of fossil fuels. I put that to you because you know, you've spoken about bringing down the cost of batteries and bringing down the cost of renewables, but surely one of the issues here is taking up the cost of the fuels the traditional fuels that we use that we've never paid the full price for. Do you agree with that? Do you see that as an issue?
Today, the cost of energy production from RES is lower, much less than the cost of energy production for conventional units. So this is my answer. Renewable is one-way street.
Yes. Wonderful. Well, as I said, I mean, you know, there are some issues that are just interesting for their own sake. There are some issues that sort of dominate the global agenda, and one of them is this issue of climate change. So I know that we're going to be talking about it for the next 30, 40, 50 years. It's going to be an issue that we're going to be dealing with. So please forgive us if we weren't able to deal with all of the issues in 50 minutes. 50 years maybe we'll be able to do it. Thank you very much to my panel. Please join me in thanking them. Thank you. And gentlemen, you're welcome to lead the stage. Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks. They're both here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight on to our next session, which almost magically follows very smoothly from the previous topic. Among the ideas that have taken flight since climate change and sustainability came into the forefront of mainstream thinking is the circular economy. It's one of the most compelling ideas, I think. We rely on products that use up exhaustible resources. So what if we aim to bring obsolete products back into the supply chain at the start of the manufacturing process? Can we reduce our dependence on naturally sourced raw materials or remove it altogether and have a completely circular economy? What's the future for this initiative in Greece and in the wider world? I'm really pleased to help us understand this concept and the promise it holds. We have some super guests who I'd like to invite to join me on the stage. We have Kostas Skrekas, the Minister of Environment and Energy, who we heard from before. Gets applause. There was no applause the first time, so you must have done something in the last hour or so that's cheered everybody up. Jeffrey Pyatt, who's the US Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic. We have to applaud everybody now. Emmanuel Maire, who's the Head of Sustainable Production, Products and Consumption Unit in Directorate B, Circular Economy and Green Growth at the European Commission. Applause, please, because we can't leave anybody out. And finally, Panagiotis Mourgos, who's the Managing Director at Texan Envipco Hellas Group. I feel as if I should have some trophies to hand out, but maybe at the end of the session. Okay, this idea of circular economy it's not new, but it is really gathering pace at the moment. I was at a lecture given by an Oxford economist recently who was really pushing this idea as a sort of replacement for the way we even think about the basics, the fundamentals of macroeconomics. And as a macroeconomist by background, I find it fascinating that at this stage of the game we can have such a transformative idea. So let's hear more about it. Mr. Skrekas, would you like to kick us off and give us your thoughts on the potential of the circular economy in the context of Greece?
Okay. Good morning, or should we say good evening again? Because we were together earlier and with the ambassador. First of all, let me welcome the ambassador and Miss Mayor, Emmanuel Mayor, for coming here. Together with Ambassador Payat, we have managed to promote super projects here in Greece that have put Greece on the energy map. Greece was not in the energy map a few years ago. Now with TAP, with IGB, with the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, with all this flow of energy coming through Greece and moving up to the northern countries, and now we understand what it means, energy hub, and of course we want to develop Greece not only as a gas, natural gas energy hub, but also as a green energy hub, and that has to do with partly with the topic that we must discuss today.
Allow me to welcome you in Greek now. I was just in the previous session, that's why I said good afternoon. My apologies, I said before the same thing. So, we have to change our philosophy, our behavior as global citizens vis-à-vis the natural resources, towards the natural, the raw elements, the natural resources our planet has, because we consume, we behave as if these resources are endless. Reality, however, is different. They will run out. So we have to find the right way to manage our planet's raw materials and natural resources, because if we continue like that, then by 2050 we will be in need of a second planet Earth to cover our needs by then. So our government, the Greek government, in this respect, has already made plans about the management of natural resources, about how to handle the natural wealth, underground or non-underground wealth of our country, by promoting circular economy and the proper waste management. Truth is that Greece has many steps to take. Currently, we use 80% of our waste goes to landfills. The EU average is 50%, and by 2035 the goal is to reach 10%. So you understand that 8 out of 10 waste items go to landfill, and that's something we have to stop. It's a dead end. On the other hand, we have to say that we have already we have taken steps forward to have the right legal framework, so that we have sorting at the source, so that we promote furthermore recycling and reusing and the reuse of these waste, and then the remaining, after it's used also for power generation to the extent we can, then the remainings will be disposed of in a landfill. Last month there was a very important bill passed about the entire chain of waste management, one of the main parts of which had to do with a DRS system. A DRS system that will have to do mainly with plastics, like plastic bottles here. We have here tens of plastic bottles, water bottles. To a great extent, these bottles end up in a landfill. By means of a DRS system, a deposit return system, the largest part, if not all, plastic bottles will be collected at a good condition, let's say, in order to be reused for manufacturing packaging materials or other stuff. This deposit return system will collect aluminium, plastics and glass. So as a result, great part of waste will be diverted to a different stream, and as a result will be reused and recycled. This opens up a new perspective, because it's not just that we will stop disposing of certain waste that then we will have also to dig out in order to process and reuse. This process, the entire process of reusing and recycling these materials through waste management will create new jobs. So, and as a result, new business opportunities, and this will help our company to grow furthermore. So, circular economy is not just about waste management. It also includes other things that are also in the core of our strategy for the future, a strategy that will allow Greece to have the prerequisites in order to achieve the goal of sustainable growth, and as a result, we will make sure that the next generation of Greeks will be able to enjoy the same level of prosperity and the standard of living that our current fellow citizens enjoy.
Great, thank you very much. I'll come back to you a little later, but let's move on for now to Mr. Payet. What's your perspective on this, both as as an American and as an observer of the situation in Greece?
Good. Well, thank you very much for having me. Congratulations to The Economist for putting on this forum up here in Thessaloniki, a city that in many ways has felt like my second home throughout my 5 years as American ambassador here. It's a huge honor to be on the same stage as Minister Skrekos. The minister and I are just coming from a meeting with my 3 American ambassadorial colleagues in the region, the U.S. ambassador to Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and Albania. And I was delighted we were able to make that happen. I'm especially pleased that I have my colleagues here in Thessaloniki today, because it really highlights something that has been a guiding principle for U.S. engagement in northern Greece really since 2018, when we tried to put the ingredients together for the U.S. status as honored country at the Thessaloniki International Fair. That is, to look at Thessaloniki and northern Greece in a wider regional context, and to view this not just as the second city of the Hellenic Republic, but as the gateway to a market of 30 million people. And I'm incredibly proud of how much progress we have made since the Thessaloniki Fair in 2018 in building out that regional vision. And again, Minister Skrekos and the responsibilities that he has in the areas of environment and energy are absolutely at the center of that. I'll talk about the energy issues a little more later this afternoon at another event, but I'm really glad to be able to focus now on the environmental aspects. I'm especially glad to do so with Paniotis. Invipco was one of the anchor U.S. Participants in the American AmCham Pavilion at the Thessaloniki Fair in 2018. In fact, if I'm remembering, Paniotis, that is where you launched your brand partnership with Yannis Antetokounmpo, long before Yannis was the biggest player in the NBA and a name that was known throughout the United States. And of course, I was very proud earlier this week to host Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy in Athens and at Suda Bay, and Connecticut is the home state of Invipco. So everything is really coming together here. I would emphasize, I think all of us who've lived in Greece and experienced both the extraordinary beauties that this country offers, but also the traumas of the past few months, the horrific fires in Athens, on Evia, and ancient Olympia, understand that we are all getting a flashing red light from the environment and that behaviors have to change. American companies are going to play a leading role working with Greece and working here in northern Greece to leverage the wider region to address these goals. Invipco is a great example. We've got companies like Blink Charging in the electric vehicle space There's a lot more happening in northern Greece in these areas than people, I think, often understand. Of course, you've got all of the energy projects, the Alexandropoli, FSRU, the connections with Bulgaria, the IGB, which are so important. You've got a big batteries company called Sunlight, which is headquartered in Eastern Macedonia, which plays an important role as a developer of battery and electricity storage technologies. Western Macedonia is going to be central to the White Dragon project that Minister Skrekis' ministry has driven forward. And I'm very proud that an American company, Advent Technologies, headquartered in Patra, a leader on hydrogen fuel cell technology, is a participant in that White Dragon project. So we see that this is an area that plays to both the very ambitious climate agenda that Prime Minister Mitsotakis has set out, and I want to underline just how important it is to the United States government that Prime Minister Mitsotakis has set the bar so high for phasing out lignite and working jointly to protect the environment. But also how enthusiastic American companies with their world-leading technology are about participating in this process in northern Greece, and leveraging the foothold here in northern Greece to get into other markets like Bulgaria, like North Macedonia, like Serbia, like Albania. Last point I will make on the clean tech side, we were talking with the minister earlier about the critical role that gas will play as a transition fuel as part of this process. I'm very proud that American companies, and in particular General Electric, with its super efficient gas turbines, are a big part of this story. You have a state-of-the-art turbine that's being installed in Agios Nikolaos in the Mytilineos plant there. And I have told Mr. Kopolouzos that I'm not going to sleep until we've signed the contract also for the Kopolouzos power plant in Alexandropoli, linked to the FSRU, which also will be GE clean tech technology. So we see fantastic opportunities here. We've seen a real transformation in the reputation of Thessaloniki as a home for American technology companies. I was driving past the new Cisco Center this morning. We've got the fantastic example of the Pfizer High Technology Center, which has grown beyond all expectations here in Greece. There's a lot happening, but there's even more that's going to happen in the future. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Perhaps I should, but I can't resist asking you this question. America was in the Paris Agreement, then it was out, now it's in. You're talking about quite long-term things that you've been working on for some time in the past, and that imply an involvement and a commitment sometime in the future. Do you have any concerns about the continuity of commitment from the US to the region?
Not at all, because even during the period that the United States was out of the Paris Agreement, our companies continued to innovate. We continued to reduce our carbon output. I'm from California, which has two important roles. One, it's a state like Greece with a strong grassroots focus on the quality of the environment. It's also a state, because it is the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world, which actually has the ability to set standards on its own in our federal system, which then ripple out across the United States and across the rest of the world. California has moved very aggressively on energy transition, very aggressively on deployment of wind power and solar, and frankly is a perfect match for Greece, because we have a very similar geography, we have a very similar climate, and we also face the same imperative to protect our climate. And it's, for me, it was so poignant that at exactly the moment that I was looking through the smoke-filled skies of Athens, I was also reading the stories from home in California, where we have literally the largest fires that my home state has ever confronted, driven by exactly the same extreme weather events, which are a consequence of man-made climate change.
Thank you. It is extraordinary, isn't it, that the world, the climate and the globe, the planet we live on, seems to be doing its very best to underline the messages it's been sending us.
It's a flashing red light, and as I read, a colleague at the New York Times, I thought, captured it very well when he wrote that Evia was the world capital of the consequences of climate change for our lives and the world we live in. It was the quintessential example of how urgent it is that we think differently about these issues. And again, I cannot overstate how important the standard that Prime Minister Mitsotakis has set is as a model, frankly, to many other countries in Europe, which are moving slower on lignite phase out, and also in terms of something Minister Skrekas works on every single day, building the regulatory and market environment that incentivizes companies to innovate and bring new technology. And as I said, you only have to look at the examples of Mytilineos or Sunlight to see how Greek companies are waking up to this opportunity and are developing their own technological expertise. And Advent, which is headquartered in Boston, Greek headquarters in Patras, expanding into Athens, is a perfect example of that synergy between our two economies.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let's go across to Emmanuel Mayer for the European perspective. It would be, I want you to give your introductory words and your sort of views on this area, but I'd love to hear about your sense of the circular economy, its role and how it's being adopted and accepted within Europe, and how it's being adopted and accepted within Greece relative to that.
With pleasure. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much for your invitation. I'm delighted to be with you, with Minister Skrekas, with His Excellency Payet, and with Mr. Morgos. The circular economy agenda is part of the European Union Green Deal. And shortly after the European Green Deal was released, the European Commission presented to the 27 member states of the European Union and to the European Parliament an action plan with 35 actions, ambitious, to move away from the current linear economic model where we produce, we consume, we throw away. Because clearly this is not sustainable. We have been extracting resources towards huge amounts over the past years. I think 3 times what we extracted back in the 70s, and this is set to double again by 2060. What we also see is that this is creating huge damages to biodiversity and water, but also to climate change, and that we have a great opportunity to go circular, meaning making sure that we produce in a sustainable way, we consume in a sustainable way, we manage our wastes to transform waste into new secondary resources. And so the Circular Economy Action Plan was presented to the 27 ministers, and I must say that, to reply to your question, there was a great support towards this new action plan. All ministers supported it, and they supported the focus on waste management because it remains paramount, but also more specifically on the design of products that Minister Skrekas mentioned. So how do we give an incentive to circular business models to design, with a lesser environmental footprint that is currently the case is absolutely essential. So big support from the 27 member states of the European Union, very big support also from the European Parliament, and a focus on 7 value chains, notably construction and buildings, plastics, the packaging, batteries and vehicles, textiles. So in each of these value chains, we can do much better than is currently the case at European Union level. I think that really Greece is also moving in the right direction. Greece had already an action plan on circular economy, and I understand that Minister Skrekas is working also on a new circular economy action plan, which will be aligned with the European Union priorities as well. But clearly what we need to work as well is on the timely implementation of the legislation which was adopted at European Union level with the framework directive on waste. And there we see that, as it was mentioned, there is a great opportunity to move away from landfill. I mean, 80% of the waste landfills. This is really still a lot. And we also need to review the way waste is collected, to separate much more at source instead of having it commingled together, because this is an impediment at the end of the day towards proper recycling. And we have also collective recycling targets. So we believe that the circular economy is a big opportunity for growth, for jobs, for European companies, American companies, and that it will really change the equation if we pull together in the same direction, which is currently the case. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me move on then finally on the panel to Panagiotis Mourigos, the Managing Director at Texan Envitco Hellas Group. We've heard from diplomats, politicians. What's the view from the corporate landscape? How does this actually work on the ground?
I believe it's a great opportunity in Greece to develop recycling, to develop a circular economy section. Now in Greece we are not in the better position, but it's obvious to everyone that there is the political decision and make all the right action and take the right measures in order this to be a reality in the near future. This means Greece will be a very good destination for investment in circular economy in general and recycling especially. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. Minister, Your Excellency, U.S. Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, representatives of the European Commission, representatives of the recycling world, dear friends. As a group, Texan Envitco, we are glad to support this event organized by the Economist and Power Game. Since we are founding sponsors, and it is important that this event is organized in Thessaloniki, in northern Greece, in the framework of the Thessaloniki Fair, showing that Thessaloniki and must be an interregional hub of growth and development, amongst which circular economy. At this point, we need to underline that it is a great honor to have the Minister of Environment, the Ambassador of the United States to the Hellenic Republic, and other institutions that actually show their interest. It is also important to say that Mr. Skrekas, Minister of Environment, within 8 months in the ministry, achieved a lot of interesting things with a continuous work. So we have the framework for recycling in our country. We have a framework we have the framework for the plastic and glass and paper packaging, and a plan for the municipalities to contribute in recycling. We have upgrade of the Hellenic Organization for Recycling. That means that we have a new framework that leads our country to become an attractive investment destination, to attract new investments and create, of course, in that way, new green jobs. And this is of paramount importance. Nevertheless, today, publicly, we would like to thank our friend, Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt, the U.S. ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, because without his participation, the active participation of his team in the embassy, we wouldn't have managed to bring in Greece an American investment founding the first production unit of automated machines for recycling in Palini, Attica, the first unit to be ever to be created outside the United States. More than 8,000 square meters. This unit was inaugurated in 2019 by the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, in the presence of Jeffrey Pyatt, showing their personal interest and contribution so as to start American investments in Greece, helping our country in its effort for growth and creation of jobs. We are proud that this factory was selected to be introduced in Greece in a rather competitive environment. And it is a message that we can move forward in recycling. We are proud that this investment will help us grow our exports in Europe. Very soon we will announce that we won the tender in Europe, so American technology comes to Europe via cooperation and investments. As Yannis Antetokounmpo says, the ambassador of recycling, we need to work as a team. All of us need to work together as single individuals, regional authorities and central government, so as to make our country a pioneer in recycling, because in Greece we can always be innovative, be bold, and become an investment destination for the future, for a better future for all of us. We are happy that the United States have chosen Greece as strategic investment, and the ambassador who helps a lot bringing investments in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mourgos. I'm particularly grateful to you because you gave me back a minute, which I can now use to ask a question to Mr. Skrekas. Circular economy, to make it work, is all about technology, technology change, production methods and the like, but it's also at bottom really about attitudes and behaviours. And of course, a government, businesses have a responsibility for the production techniques and the technology, but government has responsibility for the hearts and minds of the people. How much of a task do you think Greece has in persuading Greeks to embrace the needs of the green economy generally and of a circular economy in particular?
Well, I think that this is the main challenge that we have to face. I mean, to change the attitude and to change the culture of consumption that we have here in Greece. And this, sometimes you can achieve it more easily than someone can think. For example, if you present the right initiatives, for example, during the last legislation, the last bill of law that we tabled into the parliament, we have a new article that has to do, describes the pay as you throw. That means that whoever throws more pays more. Mm-hmm. So this is works in a way that there is also the incentive that you don't throw, so you don't pay more, and at the same time we have to incorporate a communication campaign and a training scheme in order to reach all of us, because we are all consumers, and make us believe in the common target and change the way that consume. So it has to do with economic incentives on one hand, but on the other hand, qualitative methods in order to, through communication and other schemes, in order to help us change the philosophy that currently we have here in Greece. Schools are very important. The children, our children. We have decided that from December 2022 onwards, all Greek schools are going to have separate bins in different colors in order for the children to be aware and get to know what is recycling on the source. DRS, the system, this deposit return scheme, is very important for Greece. Many other European countries have already organized such a scheme with great results. We believe that we have set a target that from the 1st of January of 2023 and onwards, such a scheme is going to be fully operational here in Greece. This will can help us, of course, as I told you, to collect plastic, aluminium, and glass. Right now, we don't have, for example, an industry, a recycling industry, a glass recycling industry. Unfortunately, most of the packaging material, you can see it lying in the landfills. And this is something that cannot continue forever. We have always to keep in mind that the citizen, the consumer, must finally must have the ownership of that target and of that effort, so we will achieve it. And I think that we have designed a very ambitious and a very coherent strategy in order to fulfill that target.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any applause for the Minister? Yeah, come on. Great. I should share my experience of early deposit and return systems. When I was a little boy, the local chip shop would sell you soda drinks, and you brought the bottle back, they would give you a penny. So my brother and I, at night, used to climb over the wall and nick a few of the bottles, and then the next day we'd take them back. And we made loads of money. So that, you know, that's a scheme perhaps that you could share with the Greek people.
Create some hole in the system, though.
Indeed.
That we have to cover regarding,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
the money that we have to pay back.
Yeah, something to watch out for. Excellent. Well, please join me in thanking our panel. We could go on, I'm sure, a lot longer. I have loads of questions that we don't have an opportunity to ask, but thank you very much indeed. Thank you, gentlemen. And lady, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, much appreciate your time. How long have you been spent here? Not long enough. I'm going back tomorrow, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. It's not right, is it? It's such a wonderful city. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come back with a reasonable question, but just such a short panel. Very interesting. Yeah. It's good. Straight to another panel now. Hello. Can I invite you? Thanks very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move right on to the next session. Once again is neatly connected to the last one. And this is about the momentum for strategic infrastructure projects, which of course is central to the very idea of a regional hub. And you can't have a hub unless you've got spokes. You don't get very far that way. So what are the spokes for northern Greece? Which infrastructure projects can we see in the pipeline that could help the region reach its potential And beyond physical infrastructure, how can northern Greece consolidate its position as a tourism hub for the region and beyond? Very pleased to welcome up onto the stage my panel for this session. We have Georgios Karagiannis, who is the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport for Greece. Please come up and join us.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. We have Katerina Notopoulou, who is the MP for the Hellenic Parliament, Head of the Tourism Sector for Syriza and Progressive Alliance. Hi, forgive me for not standing up. Yeah. And we have George Milogiannis, who is the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Elector Group. Pleased to meet you. Thank you very much. And we have Petros Souretis, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Executive Member of Intracat, another construction group. Good to meet you. And we have Dionysios Georgopoulos, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Mesogeos. Good to meet you. You can take your choice, either end. There we go. Good. So this is a really central issue. You know, it's where the rubber hits the road, really. You can't do anything unless you've got the infrastructure, and to get the infrastructure, you need an awful lot of politics and you need an awful lot of money. So let's dig straight into this with Mr. Karagiannis, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. Your reflections, please, on the challenges for northern Greece in becoming a strategic infrastructure hub.
I would like to thank you all for the invitation to this extremely interesting event with people that are well aware of construction and infrastructure. But after thanking the organizers for the invitation, I need to underline, before I started thinking of what to share with you, I started some search in the internet regarding the city and the Thessaloniki fair. Irrespective of governments and time, there is always some approach of all that this city is neglected by the government. So this is a complaint omnipresent, but I want to share with you some points of view regarding the possibilities, perspectives of Thessaloniki and northern Greece. And the answers should be sincere, concrete for all those possibilities. The main requirement to reposition the city in the growth policy is infrastructure that will attract new investments and the creation of new jobs and improvement of the daily life of its citizens. That means better quality of life for the citizens of Thessaloniki. These past 2 years of this government, in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, we have planned and started an integrated program of 13 million euros throughout Greece. Our main choice for growth is a part of this program to focus on Thessaloniki and northern Greece. In this framework, we delivered some months ago, and I think the whole city can confirm the renovated Macedonia airport. The city now has a modern airport which actually upgrades the image of the city. We initiated the processes for the construction of metro. The technical solution for repositioning of the antiquities in Venizelos station was approved from the Antiquities Council, and everybody agreed, and despite the challenges and the delays, we will move forward, and Thessaloniki in 2023 will have a metro network. We are still programming the expansion of the lines towards the airport. And we will start a tender for a private operator for the Thessaloniki Metro. But let's talk about railways as well. All these years we have been lagging behind in railway. We actually tendered the signaling project so as to have a connection between Thessaloniki and Athens in less than 3.5 hours. We will promote a new package of railways which will exceed 3.5 billion euros for Thessaloniki. We will have Thessaloniki Toxotes of 1.3 billion euros and the creation of the suburban railway for Thessaloniki, as it is the case for all modern cities. We upgrade the line Alexandroupoli-Ormenia so as to link the port of Alexandroupoli. All of us understand the geopolitical role of which in the wider area and with the adjacent Turkey and the Balkans, so as to have safe transport and be able to decrease the cost of merchandise in southeastern Europe and give an added value to the port of Alexandroupoli. Let's come back to Thessaloniki. We have already signed the contract of Pathe motorway. That means the motorway linking Patras, Athens to Thessaloniki, which will increase the possibilities of combined transport, and we presented the solution for the new internal motorway flyover, as it's called. We are at the final stage. We will invite the participants for their offers, and by the end of the year we will have a tender so as Thessaloniki to have a safe motorway that suits it and it deserves a motorway on top of the existing motorway of a budget of 308 million. It is a PPP, a method which is widely used because in our government, the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, we don't have a tunnel vision. We are open-minded. We are moving forward and trying to make Thessaloniki a hub. We have a tender, a call for tenders for the central courts of Thessaloniki, and this is also be a PPP because the premises, the facilities of the courts are not honoring the prestige of these countries. We need to have new ones. And of course, we are proceeding with anti-flood projects in Oreokastro, Kalamaria, and new motorways. Those who drive to Chalkidiki are aware of 1 kilometer where the road is a mess. And now we are fixing that to make all those visitors enjoy their drive towards Chalkidiki. And we are cooperating with Elactor, which is building the motorway of 6th connection with Pathe, and Mr. Suretis also, who is linking Thermi Galatista motorway, will assure you that this part of the road will be delivered soon. Another success of the government of Mr. Mitsotakis, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, is a vote of trust to Thessaloniki, to northern Greece, and the whole country. The concession of Egnatia Odos, 1.5 million private operators gave to be able to operate Egnatia Odos, and of course 1.5 million, which is their obligation to further improve Egnatia motorway. That means new jobs. All these are a reward of our work and a confirmation of the investment interest for Greece and northern Greece, more specifically Thessaloniki and northern Greece, are changing with new investments and initiatives. We attract, for example, direct flights from abroad to Thessaloniki Airport. We are building a metro connection with airport to Thessaloniki downtown. We try to make Thessaloniki a city break destination. Thessaloniki and Thessalonikis can be very optimistic from now on that we will have an upgraded geopolitical role in the wider southeastern Europe to become a hub of growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that the years to come, with the funds coming in our country for RRF, CEF, and direct foreign investments, and NSRF, we will be able to transform our central and regional economies quite fast without having the problems of the past. It is a unique opportunity. We cannot miss it. So allow me to say that we need to deal with that irrespective of our political approaches, because it is to the benefit of our country, the local societies, and the citizens. All of us need to understand that our political differences cannot be an impediment to all these. Personal ambitions cannot be an impediment. As Greece, we have experienced 10 years of financial and social crisis. We don't have the luxury to lag behind and jeopardize our growth, our efforts for growth. All of us remember in Thessaloniki the reactions for the privatization of the port of the city. They were against the government of Kostas Karamanlis. Now we know who is right. We all remember reactions for the investment in regional airports from Fraport. Now we know who is right. When you see this airport today, you understand who was right. Because of this approach of us, we now have modern airports. Because of tunnel vision of others, we did not have these airports in the past. Because of other problems in the past, we did not have modern motorways in the region. But now we as a government have decided to make reality all these mature projects, because everybody needs them. And I am sure that working hard and systematically, as we did in the past 2 years, we will manage in the years to come to complete a great part of these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive response. Let me move straight across to Katerina Notopoulou, who's the head of tourism for Syriza. Do feel free to respond to what you've heard from the Deputy Minister. But let's hear your thoughts on this area, please.
Thank you very much.
Firstly, let me congratulate the organizing team behind this beautiful event. It's a very important event for our country. Always the Economist sets the agenda, a wide agenda. And of course, thank you for the invitation. I could be tempted to reply to certain of the things mentioned already, but let me stick on our common concern. Our concern is to turn Thessaloniki into a hub of development, a place that will meet the expectations as presented by its geostrategic position. I think that in my dual capacity, both as a member of the Hellenic Parliament and as the head of the tourism sector, allow me to comment on what really matters, not because there is no answer about the things mentioned before, whether the projects have moved forward, whether they have been frozen, etc. But because I believe that there is a huge opportunity ahead, the use of the RRF funds and other funds ahead of a systemic crisis for Greek tourism allows us to gives us the opportunity to rethink, to review, and discuss again about the sustainable growth of this region. Everybody agrees when discussed about the role of Thessaloniki that it is intrinsically linked to its geostrategic position, an industrial center affecting with certain zones of influence in southeastern Mediterranean and the Balkans, etc. But what remains to be seen is how to take one step forward. How we can turn Thessaloniki into a true ecosystem of interconnected infrastructures, of knowledge, of research, of civilization, and a fully developed gateway with additional and domestic added value. I think this is the vision. This is the vision that a comprehensive network of infrastructure in the region has to serve. Not talking just about Thessaloniki. We're talking about road accesses, interconnections via ports or with the railway, networks of waste management and cleaning, etc. One might one might mention a series of projects underway, although we disagree to a certain extent about the degree of progress. For instance, the Egnatia Odos, we don't even have the articles of association of the Egnatia Street passed by the Parliament, or the Silver Arrow, the trains. We can say many things about the port, especially the Bono Center and other frozen projects, and of course the interconnection between the railway system and the road access. But allow me to emphasize on what I'm in charge of, tourism, because today many people discuss about the added value of tourism in Greek economy, but what we fail to discuss, what people hide, is the idleness of the past that has been masked by the pandemic. Many, especially from the government, use the pandemic in order to mask a set of weaknesses, long-standing ones, weaknesses that have deprived the tourism industry and northern Greece from the opportunity to grow. Northern Greece, until now, has failed to become part of the Greek locomotive, touristic locomotive. Let me say something. In the past, there has been a set of political interventions, rigging, let's say personal interests that have kept northern Greece out of this train, of this evolution. Today, thanks to the RRF funds and others, we can now have an opportunity to turn northern Greece as a competitive advantage of our country, given its cultural, geographic, environmental wealth, subject to a serious, cohesive, comprehensive strategy that will connect the entire wealth of the region with infrastructures, and as a result turn our city into an entry or exit gateway for tourists, turning northern Greece into an amazingly attractive place, meeting all the requirements of current and future arrivals. We have the digital transformation that will help meet the new needs of future visitors. These requirements have been changed as a result of the pandemic. We have new generations asking for more, so there's a lot of things to take care of. What do we need? We need a cohesive strategy of interconnecting external demand with domestic supply. A critical question is the following: is this the case now? I'm afraid it's not. I think that such projects are not part of the central strategy. There are very, very few money under the RRF for such a strategy earmarked, and the entire support to tourism is no more than supporting big, huge touristic settlements using public money in order to survive. That's not enough, because we see that there is no plan both for touristic promotion of the region and for creating a new product. What about special forms of tourism? Apart from slogans, who discusses about agritourism, about wine tourism, hiking? We see everything becoming private and there's no strategic plan. So, as far as accessibility is concerned, how can we interconnect railways with the road access? How can we help our country? How can we help our city, which is the crown jewel of the Balkans, but there's no metro network, and that's the full responsibility of this government. We, the people of Thessaloniki, know exactly what I said. So, how may our country become the hub if the famous monuments, the antiquities of the Venizelos Street are being buried away? So we're in favor of just progress, social justice, fair development, and use of our cultural and environmental wealth to the benefit of the society. So, safe kickstart of our tourism is necessary, and it is linked not just with overcoming the pandemic crisis. And allow me to add to our agenda two concepts which are of major academic and political importance: sustainability of tourism, but not as in its generic form. No, connected, linked with resilience, because it is very important to discuss at an implementation level how the operational planning for our region will be supported by public investments, new infrastructures that will help us become resilient. I think the wildfires have been a very telling example. We have to give replies to the demands of the new generation. It's not enough to attract more tourists. What matters is to respond to the current capacity of the existing of the region as it stands. The recipe is quite simple. What we have here is a lack of will, lack of desire and idleness, and of course chronic long-standing weaknesses. So we need projects of infrastructure for the region that will support such strategies as the one of sustainable growth. So I believe that such a vision will give to our country the developmental boost we need, and at the same time it will help us enter the era of green transition, but the future is already ahead of us. Time does not wait for no one, and the burden is huge for those who have the task. We are ready to take on these responsibilities if needed to this direction. I think we will have some time then to discuss our discussion with more details.
Very, very much indeed. We are really quite short of time, so I'm going to move straight on to Mr. Mylonoyannis.
Even for Greeks, it's a difficult name.
Oh God! Well, thank you, thank you for covering my embarrassment in that way. The chairman of the board of directors at Elector Group.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for this kind of invitation. Allow me to emphasize on the importance of such events, meetings of politicians, businessmen, a way to see what is the current state of affairs in our economy. That's something useful for everyone. When I was originally invited to attend this event, I was a bit embarrassed. The reason being that the reply to this question of this session is self-evident. Which infrastructure projects can change northern Greece's potential? One might say we need more ports, more motorways, more metro lines, everything that one might expect to hear. But when going in depth to the topics discussed before our session, and even more when while attending the contributions by the previous speakers, I see that things are quite more complicated. It's the first time I meet Mrs. Notopoulou, but at the end of her statement, she passed the baton in order to share my own concerns as a springboard for the discussion that will follow. I think it's quite interesting to discuss about traditional infrastructure projects. Of course, both speakers mentioned them before. So, should we keep on approaching them the same way we used to in the past? New motorways, new airports, new ports, the railway. Allow me to add some color in our discussion. Will they have the same, let's say, form as they did in the past? I'm not talking about the quality of the concrete used or the orientation of the taxi corridors, etc. No, that's not my job. I'm not an expert. So, to cut a long story short, I'd like to introduce the following point in order to help also make the transition from the previous sessions to this session's topic. It's all about the impact that the Fit for 55 project will have. Fit for 55 represents the obligation to reduce CO2 emissions by 55% until 2050. It used to be 30, and now it's 55. The European Union became much more optimistic about it. In the end, I will give you make an allegory so that you understand what I mean. Oh, the phantom. So, until when will we allow polluting cars to run on our motorways? Until when? Until when will ships, polluting ships in the current condition be allowed to dock in ports? Are the current infrastructure ready to support new technology, new generation cars? In order to be a bit closer to the topic of this session, let me say the following. I presume Mr. Skrekas, I assume that Mr. Skrekas would have been here. So, the European Union Energy Ministers' Council of July 20th, 2021, if I heard correctly, there was a panel discussion, an informal one, and they discussed some things which I'd like to share with you. Development of infrastructure for alternative fuels. Infrastructure development in relation to refuel EU aviation. That's quite far-fetched because we know now that kerosene is very difficult to be replaced. But there is a discussion, a debate in Europe. So, what should existing airports do in order to be able and use in their facilities these new fuels? The Fuel EU Maritime Initiative. Is what I said before. There is a huge debate in the shipping industry, which means that we have to adapt. So in order to give a reply to what we currently discuss, I would say that development of existing infrastructure under the terms set by the Fit for 4 is the new developmental model of northern Greece. The 4 Fs, Fit for 4. Fit for 55, apologies. So, according to the new legislation, the new Green Deal, new projects, new infrastructures have to be absolutely in line with the current framework. We're not talking just about motorways, we're talking about everything that I mentioned before. Energy storage, etc., etc. So the feasibility of this new infrastructure, the business feasibility, is linked to this compliance, so this adaptation, because if you have a certain plan to use a motorway without this motorway, without taking into consideration the decisions by the EU, which, as you may know, the European Union takes decisions very quickly sometimes and implements them very quickly. If you haven't taken that into consideration, then you will fail hard. I said nothing about elector. So before I end my contribution, allow me to say that I'm proud as well, because since January, I have the honor of being the president of a group which is very actively operating in the fields mentioned before, and I believe that helps both in making business and creating wealth for the Greek economy and promoting the Greek economy as a whole. Allow me to use an excerpt from a classic political text of the 19th century. You will understand what it is, so freely translated. There is a ghost flying over Europe. This ghost is F4, the Fit for 55. So, to the extent we fail to understand that there is such a ghost flying over us by the political stakeholders and businesses, then we will fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's move straight on to Mr. Soretis, CEO, Executive Member at Intracat, for some thoughts about the construction role here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I would like to congratulate the economist and the power game who organized the unique conference. For all of us coming from Macedonia, originating from Macedonia, we have been tired listening that this is an opportunity for Thessaloniki. We've been tired because all these years there was a lack of focus on Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki as a wider area could be a business and tourist hub of the rest of the Balkan countries, and that could be done in a specific way. Infrastructure, quality infrastructure, substantial ones, services to tourists, to have digitization, to have a smart city offering services to travelers and its citizens, to have protection of the environment and management of the environment. Mr. Georgopoulos is more specialized in that than me, but it's unheard of not to have solved issues of water management and waste management in a city like Thessaloniki. And all of us need to take an effort in solving these. As Intracat, we work in Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is our priority. We have completed the big Thessaloniki airport and the second airport of Kavala. We feel proud of that, and we believe that these are the main gates bringing quality tourists in our country. based on the effort for lignite phase out taking place in the area, I would invite the politicians to focus on RES regarding infrastructure. We see that the government in the past 2 years has taken leapfrogs. We have a successful privatization of Egnatia, which along with vertical roads will give a new impetus to the area. The Thessaloniki airport is ready. Optimization of the urban road network with a flyover, etc., will soon finish. A lot of other projects are in the phase of tendering. But also, but this is not enough. Digitization is the next part, and I think that the government will intervene in smart cities, smart agriculture, etc. We nevertheless must not forget that there is a happy coincidence. 3 personalities, Mr. Karamanlis, Mr. Gigi Kostas and the Deputy Minister, Mr. Karagiannis, are people directly linked to Thessaloniki and Macedonia. They send support the vision, and with the aid of the opposition party who would wish the best for Thessaloniki, will help the city achieve this transformation of Thessaloniki into a hub. But a further strategic planning is needed, and incentives, of course. Thank you very much.
Let's go finally to Mr. Georgiopoulos as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Misogeos. I'm getting closer each time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please go ahead.
I will share with you some thoughts regarding the development of infrastructure, which must be harmonized with Fit for 55 and tourism, an ingredient of which is environment and the quality of this environment. Regarding the environment, we have some difficulties. Floods in Chalkidiki some years ago is an example, and the expected lack of water in some areas should worry us. That is why I should talk about the environmental infrastructure. They are important for growth, and they are infrastructure to support the development of private sector and investments. Rational management of water is an issue here. I believe I will give you the example of Chalkidiki, which is the most tourist area of northern Greece, and I will present a problem. All these 35 years have been involved there. Tens of millions have been invested in water management from various governments, and a lot of works have been done. But we do not have an integrated waste and water management in Chalkidiki. It is very important that the tender for PPPs for the Handia dam hopefully will have a positive outcome, but it won't solve the problem. Why? After having invested so much money, we haven't solved the problem. The main issue here is that the management agencies, either they are the municipalities or local agencies, cannot alone manage the water, because it is already a complex issue and will become even more complex in the future, taking into consideration the Fit for 55 standards and circular economy, which demands for efficiency, and having, of course, the difficulties of floods or scarce water in the years to come. So, an important part for the development of northern Greece, and especially Chalkidiki, it needs to be tackled rationally. So we need to have an integrated approach. For example, not to build a recycling plant and then abandon it, or a desalination plant and then abandon it. We need to have an integrated approach and agencies that will be more willing. I won't suggest how to do that, but this is the only approach that can lead us to have an integrated waste and water management. And regarding solid waste, I've been working with them for years. Northern Greece is in the best position regarding the rest of Greece. The three Macedonias have 3 agencies operating them, which are the best compared to the rest in Greece. And this is the other kind of example from the previous in Chalkidiki. They are regional agencies, so they can protect technical, scientific support, and they can cope with complex projects. I will open a parenthesis here with regard to the discussion in the previous panel for recycling. These 3 agencies should become coordinators. I don't want to actually replace or substitute municipalities, but if we want to reach 55% of recycling from 25 that we are now, we should be very bold in solid waste, in processing and disposal. In northern Greece, we are in a very good position. The infrastructure is there and operating, and I think the rest of the infrastructure will be completed. Be completed soon. There are some things missing, nevertheless. First, northern Greece doesn't have, not even the south, an installation for hazardous waste or industrial hazardous waste. This is important if we want to proceed. I have an example of a company, a foreign multinational, who wanted to disinvest from northern Greece because they didn't know how to manage their industrial waste. And the second, the objectives of circular economy, the ones mentioned in the guidelines, the ones in the directives or in the law. The minister talked about the legislation cannot be completed unless we build for northern Greece new 2 installations for energy management of waste. We need to exploit thermally a secondary fuel. So we need to to have installations to process this waste. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
I had promised just a minute to come back, and I mean a minute. So After a minute, we're turning the mics off.
Two political comments and one thing about a general comment. Firstly, I'm really glad that Ms. Notopoulou did not fall for the temptation, which is quite understood when you're in the opposition, to enter into an ideological debate about the projects. That's very important. We have to keep that for our city, because there have been political careers built using the infrastructure projects as the building blocks. That's very honoring for Mrs. Notopoulou. Second, in our country, in past years, there have been no less than 180 billion euros coming from European funds and instruments. And we failed to complete the old traditional conventional projects. So what this government has to do is to close the circle, and as the previous speaker said, the ones coming from the construction industry, to design, to plan. Mr. Georgopoulos, you know that very well, that we have the Havria Dam in Chalkidiki and the Petrenia Dam. In order to close these problems, we'll close the issue of the railways, and then we'll have a comprehensive design, so that we will come up with a big package of new designs, new studies actually, for the next projects of the future 20 years. We try to close all the pending issues of the past, and allow me to say that with the overall consensus needed by the opposition, these things will move forward very quickly.
So much. You stuck almost to a minute, which is miraculous. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panel. Apologies to all of you who couldn't have more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move straight on to our next session, and which is basically about how this beautiful city can stake its claim as the inclusive, innovative, regional centre that it has the potential to be. And I'd very much like, first of all, my colleagues to leave the stage, if you would. And to invite up onto the stage our next speakers, who are Elizabeth Lee, who's the Consul General at the US Consulate General in Thessaloniki, and Anna Panajopoulou. I think I was pretty close there, not too bad. Who is Director for ERA and Innovation at DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission. So we have the Embassy, we have the Commission. Please take your seats. It's quite a wide topic, but you've had a bit of time to prepare, so I'm sure you're all set. So can I hand over to you first then, please, Ms. Lee?
Sure, of course. And I apologize because actually I have to go to another event very soon, so I can only really speak to a short segment of what I'd like to talk about, which is actually a much broader topic. But first of all, I'd like to start by saying kalispera. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you again for inviting me to participate in this conference today. So, as I'm sure many of you are aware, almost exactly 3 years ago, the US was the honored country at this same event, the Thessaloniki International Fair, which we're about to start. So I believe that the fair was what we term a game changer. And since then, we've had major American companies such as Pfizer, Deloitte, Cisco, not only build offices here, but they've expanded their footprint. And it's my hope that their presence here will not only be one that continues to grow, but will also create a virtuous cycle, attracting even more investment to not only Thessaloniki, but throughout northern Greece. So since my arrival 1 year ago, I've spoken on the tech-based future of Thessaloniki at events like the Thessaloniki Future Thinking Dialogue in June and others. I've also had the opportunity to learn more about the important role that women have to play in the future of the knowledge economy. My introduction to this issue was through a program that our mission organizes called Code Girls. And it's a program that teaches young girls, ages 10 through 16, the principles of coding in an effort to close the gender gap in STEM fields. There's research that being exposed to tech education at a young age encourages girls to enter the tech field in the future. So all of this leads me to my larger point. So despite the importance of technological investment and knowledge-based economies to future growth and development, not only globally, but specifically here in Thessaloniki, the tech sector sadly lags when it comes to the hiring and the retention of women, particularly in leadership positions. Last year, Maria Sirangela, then the Secretary General of Family Policy and Gender Equality at the Ministry of Employment, observed that less than 4% of women in Greece work in the STEM professions. This is compared to 20% of men, indicating that the STEM fields are missing out on the incredible talent and creativity that women bring to the table. I've often asked myself why there are not more women in the tech pipeline around the world. I think there are a multitude of reasons, and obviously this bears more research and should be more researched. But I don't believe that the lack of women in STEM is necessarily for lack of interest. For example, in 2017, World Bank data found that the female share of graduates in STEM programs in Greece was 40% of all graduates. Taken together with the workforce data I just shared with you, there's reason to believe that the academic interest in the STEM fields does not translate into positions for women in the job market. To address this challenge, last May, the Cisco DTNS Center organized an event to discuss ways to close the gender gap in the STEM fields, which I also participated in, representing the consulate. Also, one of our most important programs this past year was the Power Female Tech Entrepreneurs Forum, which convened local female tech entrepreneurs, as well as Greek and American tech experts, to discuss the opportunities available to women in STEM. Throughout the forum, participants discussed ways to bridge the gender gap in technology and entrepreneurship, and we had the opportunity to learn from female executives from Google, Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, and other experts in digital education. As more and more economies around the world become knowledge-based, again, including here in Thessaloniki, we have an opportunity to close the gender gap and engage in these important discussions now. In addition to the need for greater recruitment and retention of women in the tech industry, the lack of women in high-level executive positions at major tech firms in Greece, as well as in the United States, in my own country, remain an outstanding issue. And through programs such as Code Girls, opportunities must be created from an early age to see more and more girls step up to pursue their passions for sciences and technology. And while there's progress to report, much work remains to be done. Getting to where we need will require commitment, persistence, creativity, mentorship, and advocacy, not only from different sectors, but also from individual men as well as women, in order to help fill the growing demand for tech-linked jobs, particularly in AI and cybersecurity. But I want to thank all of you for your commitment to empowering women and supporting women's participation in STEM. And I look forward to exchanging ideas on how to work better towards a better future, one defined by greater equality, opportunity, and access for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand you're moving straight on to another engagement. So, yeah, we're sorry to lose you, but
I'm sorry to be lost, but anyway, thank you.
Very nice of you to be with us.
Thank you very much.
Let me move across to Ms. Panayopoulou.
Panagopoulou.
So the G isn't a...
It's Panagopoulou.
Panagopoulou. Oh, jeez. All right.
It's fine. It's fine.
So tell us about the EU's strategy for research and innovation and how it relates to where we are, to Thessaloniki, but northern Greece, the idea of regional interconnectedness.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank you for the invitation today. Kalispera se όλους. I prepared my speech in English because I thought that we are going to have a dialogue, but in any case, I will continue in English and then I can switch in Greek if it is necessary. I'm extremely happy to be with you, and I'm extremely happy to be in Thessaloniki in this particular period because we do believe in the European Commission that there is a huge potential for all regions across Europe to grasp the opportunities that are provided after the post-pandemic period. This is the moment that we strongly believe that research and innovation will be the vehicle for development, for economic growth, but also the vehicle for reduce the innovation divide that exists in Europe. And as you know very well, Greece performs extremely well in research and innovation at European level. It was said in the morning, but it can do better, in particular in the innovation area, but also it can do better at regional level. And Thessaloniki, for various reasons, has huge potential. So where we stand nowadays with EU research and innovation policy and strategy. Last year, we adopted a new European research area policy. European research area, to facilitate your understanding, is what we mean the single market for movement of researchers and innovators, for collaboration between research and organizations in Europe, but also for sharing knowledge. So we put in place a new policy in this context that is a policy that needs to bring research and innovation activities across Europe closer to the challenges that we have. How research and innovation could address the green and digital transition, how research and innovation could contribute to the resilience and the recovery of Europe, how research and innovation could make value out of these results, and how the research and innovation could contribute to the competitiveness of Europe and the European leadership. So in these policies, we have addressed four main objectives that are important at European level, but it's important at national, regional, and local level, and can be delivered only through the collaboration of all actors at European and regional and national level. First, promote investments and reforms on research and innovation, put more money on research and innovation, and we have the tools. It was said today, Resilience and Recovery Fund, a new Horizon Europe program of 95 billion euros. We have the structural funds, a new period is coming, and we have private investments that, if the environment allows, will come. And Thessaloniki demonstrated that new private investments, new companies are reaching the city. The second area that we would like to address is how all researchers and innovators have access to excellence. So how we can reduce the innovation divide, what countries and regions that they are lagging behind can do more in order to reach excellence and to promote collaboration at international level. The third area that we would like to address is make economic value out of research results. We deliver a lot of research results. The framework program of research and innovation brings a lot of results, but what is the economic value of those? What is the synergies between academia and business, academia and industry, and how we can make innovations out of it? And then how we can scale up and promote market uptake. Pfizer, if we start with the vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, we call it in the European Union Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, because it was a research laboratory in Germany who did the research, but it was scaled up in the United States. So what we should do in order that research and innovation results would be upscaled at European level in order to create growth, create more jobs and opportunities. And last but not least, how we can transform our research and innovation system so that we deliver a system that fits the future, can promote and contribute to the Fit for 55 challenges, can contribute to green and digital transition, a system that takes into account gender balance, address the issue of women's gap in tech, in STEM area, but also which capitalize on digital transformation and sharing knowledge openly across the different research organization institutions. These are our policies, and the instruments that I said that we have with us is the new Horizon Europe program, 95 billion euros for competitive calls across Europe. We have the new structural funds, but also a new regulation which allow us to bring in synergies funding from structural funds, from research and innovation Horizon Europe program to promote big, key, important innovation projects across Europe in synergies with other countries. We have the Resilience and Recovery Fund. We are very pleased that Greece devoted 444 million euros out of the Resilience and Recovery Plan to research and innovation, to attract investments, to promote synergies with the industry and academia, to support these research infrastructures. And also, we have the InvestEU, the follow-up of Juncker Plan, which promotes, we expect that we have a leverage of 270 billion euros of investments, among others, in the area of research and innovation. Where is Thessaloniki? I know my time is over, but if you give me 2 minutes to see where we see Thessaloniki. It was said very clearly in the morning. Thessaloniki has 3 assets. Its geographical location is not just a gateway to Western Balkans, which is a political priority for Europe. It is also a gateway to Mediterranean. And therefore, we believe that Thessaloniki could capitalize its geopolitical location, not just for the interest of the country or for the region, but for the European interest. Important agreements on research and innovations have been signed in this city, and it's not a coincidence. Second is its science capacity. It was said today, 55,000 students, excellent universities and research organizations. I would like to say EKETA is the best performing organization from Greece in research and innovation program in Europe, and is among the 20 top research organizations. And last but not least, Thessaloniki is a moderate, and Thessaloniki region is a moderate innovator, but we should think that its in performance increased by 30% the last years. So a huge potential to go even better. What needs to be done more? We think that the future of Thessaloniki, it will be in the context of the European collaborations. So more collaboration with European actors, grasp the opportunity of access to finance through the new framework program for research and innovation. Also, take the opportunity of synergies between the different instruments, structural funds and Horizon Europe program, and improve the regulatory environment because it is necessary, it's a prerequisite to promote innovation in Europe. That's all from my side. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you so much. I mean, you took an extra 2 minutes, but you used them to answer the question that I was going to ask you. So it worked out perfectly. We'll leave it there. We are out of time, but I'm really grateful. That was a fantastic rapid tour through the material, and I think a very promising message that you're sending to the region and to the city. We don't have Elizabeth with us anymore, but we should remember some of the points that she made too. Tremendously important. I'm sure you probably would endorse them. I would assume so. So please join me in thanking Anna and Elizabeth for their participation today. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. So let's move on then to our final full panel. And it follows on really again from what we've just been talking about, what we've just heard about. And this is really about tech disruption and the sustainable recovery in the post-COVID era. One of the notable features of the economic and social disruption we've experienced during the epidemic has been the role that technology has played in keeping us all connected. I'm sure I've probably addressed some of you from rural Oxfordshire over the last year and a half as our conferences have gone virtual. If there were any who doubted the central role digital technology is taking in our lives before the pandemic, there can be vanishingly few now. But what comes next? What role will technology play as we attempt to build our economies back and build them in a way that will be less damaging to the world we all share than the practices of the past? Well, we have a great panel once again to help us dig into this subject matter, and I'd like to invite them now to join us on the stage. First, we have Kyriakos Pierakakis, who is the Minister of Digital Governance here in Greece. Then we have Nikos Strathopoulos, who is the Managing Partner at BC Partners, and Haris Broumidis, who is the President and CEO of Vodafone here in Greece, so a key technology player. Gentlemen, would you like to come up and join us on the panel? Hi, thank you, and welcome. Now, we do have one small issue here, which is that I don't know any of you personally, and I don't believe, and I have no photos or guide to go by, so I have no idea who anybody is. So I'm going to look at my notes as I invite Mr. Pierakakis, the Minister of Digital Governance.
That's me.
That's you. Okay. Well, in that case, I can address you properly, politely. Would you like to give us the opening words on this topic?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a great joy to be here with you and specifically at this panel with esteemed personalities from a sector that's currently being transformed significantly in Greece. Overall, I would say the technology sector, not only telecom per se. In reality, Greece is experiencing a digital spring in the last couple of years. I would say that most of the people in this room are aware of the dozens of services, hundreds of services that we have managed to produce in a very challenging period. What COVID-19 effectively did was that it rendered what was an outstanding issue of the past a catalyst for tomorrow. It made it necessary. So in this regard, one of the core components of our reform was the creation of a government portal, gov.gr, where we put together the pre-existing digital services of the Greek state, around 500 a year back. And now we have more than 1,250 services. I continuously make, say this number wrong because it continuously changes. Every day we add up new services. But to have a sense of this digital spring that I'm mentioning, I would mention only one number that has changed in the last couple of years. And this is the number of, I would say, digital interactions, digital transactions that took place in Greece between 2018 and today. And we can assess this number, and we can have access to this number by adding up to other numbers. How many times you logged in the various data sets of the state, how many times you used the taxis network that we have in Greece through your credentials, or how many times our interoperability center worked by having a citizen say, have access to the center. So the state, in effect, asked for data itself and didn't ask a citizen for a specific type of document. So if you add those two numbers up, you have a sense of the magnitude of how many times you had a digital interaction. So what was this number in 2018? It was 8.8 million interactions. This is prior to us coming into power in 2019. The number from 8.8 million went to 34 million in 2019, to 94 million in 2020, and now we have a number for the first semester of 2021, and it's 150 million digital interactions only for 6 months. So in effect, the expectation for this year is more than 300 million digital transactions. It's an exponential curve. And this exponential curve is a function of the demand of services, COVID-19, digital skills becoming better, etc. But it's, I would say, primarily a function of supply, a function of all the new services that we managed to create. Of course, at the same time, while we're doing this upgrade in digital services, when we think of digital, we primarily think of four things. The first one is digitizing the state, which is what I just said. And in effect there, we need to make a full spectrum of investments to add up I would say, new possible digital services, new infrastructure investments, full electronic patient records, to give you one example, or a series of other things. The Greek state just procured a couple of months back an ERP for the state, which we lacked. And we had a dire need of, and it has been a holy cow of digital for more than 10 years. We procured it now. So digital services of the state is one thing. Digital services of the private sector is another thing. And there, in effect, the private sector has been traditionally more, I would say, advanced than the state. My claim would be that the state has managed to catch up, that the state is innovating right now, and that we need to make a series of investments in the private sector as well. And in reality there, we plan to produce a digital law for the private sector where we will incentivize the use of specific digital services in corporations and even in SMEs, and effectively subsidize some of these transitions, which I would say are necessary, for instance, in the area of security, or in many other areas. The transition to the cloud is another such area. The third is digital skills, the third pillar. And vis-a-vis digital skills, I would say that overall this is a challenge in Europe. Education overall is transitioning from the classical three-phase life model, education, work, pension, to a continuous education model where you will have a transition from traditional curricula to digital skills. And in reality, you will need to continuously reskill yourself, primarily in the digital sectors, enter, exit, and re-enter the workplace. And finally, telecom, which is a core area of interest for the two gentlemen sitting in this panel with me, together with all the rest, of course. And in telecom, Greece has had significant challenges. We haven't managed to move the needle as quickly in telecom as we did in digital services of the state, because there we could invest in platforms and we could deliver platforms very quickly. In telecom, you need to do a series of other things. In 5G, my claim would be that we managed to produce one of the most innovative possible frameworks, certainly in Europe, perhaps in the world. We instrumentalized the spectrum auction in order to create a 5G market, a market for 5G applications, through the use of a 5G specific fund, the Festos Fund. We need to make much more significant investments in fixed, not only in wireless. And there, I think that we have started doing a series of things overall. The ultra-fast broadband scheme for the so-called white areas in fiber optics. The super-fast broadband scheme, which subsidizes demand. But overall, in order to cover the gap analysis, and I will conclude with this, I think that the RRF and overall the funds that we have right now provide us with the possibility to invest and implement 100% of our strategy, both in telecom and in digital and skills. It's a Marshall Plan of our age. And specifically in digital, 25% of this plan is focusing on digital and telecom. We have published our plan. It's called the Digital Bible. It codifies more than 400 projects, more than 440 projects, actually, in all these sectors. Most of these projects will be financed through the RRF. Some of them are smaller projects, but primarily we have conducted a very thorough gap analysis, policy area per policy area, and in the telecom sector, for instance, we're focusing on projects that vary from, let's say, a microsatellite project, which is Thierry Breton's vision for Europe, and in microsatellites, to 5G corridors, for instance, in Greece's major highways, or fiber readiness for Greece's buildings, in order to further subsidize the adoption of fiber to the home. And we have a very firm belief that this plan is a game changer. The implementation of this plan will provide us with the capacity to not only catch up with other states, but to actually, I would say, leapfrog. And this is in tandem with the capabilities of Greek engineers. This is in parallel with the capabilities that we have managed to showcase through specific projects. The vaccination platform is an obvious case study. It's one of the most successful vaccination platforms in the world, certainly in Europe, in accordance with what the President of the Commission stated last time she visited Greece. 5G is another such case. The adoption of the digital COVID certificate was a Greek proposal by the Greek Prime Minister. So overall, we're very optimistic that the progress that we have showcased in the last couple of years is a burning platform and the manifestation of what we can achieve in the next 10 years. And we have a very firm commitment to do so.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, but I'll save them until we've heard from our other two panelists. Let's start with Mr. Statapoulos from BC Partners.
You turned your head the wrong way.
There was
good.
A 50-50 chance.
That's good. You had a 50-50. It worked.
Like a penalty.
No, exactly.
Unless you're England, in which case, not even 50-50. Anyway, go.
Well, in terms of introduction, first of all, may I say, I don't remember in this country that we had a minister of any sort that can be as articulate on digitalization as Minister Pierakakis. And that's an interesting sign of the times for this country. So my role here is more from an investor's perspective, because naturally we have a very successful CEO of a telecom business, the minister, and I can tell you from an investor's perspective, I actually think, putting telecoms aside for now, that this country is in an inflection point. And it has been, people felt maybe a year or two ago, but I think now, with the combination of the funds that are coming from the European Union, from the proof that actually, in particular, this government for the last couple of years has shown proper signs of actually leading the country, then I think you will see increasingly foreign investors coming into this. And this is not because they come and speak at esteemed conferences like yours or others. I think actually investors are looking into this country. So I think, first of all, Greece is in an inflection point in my mind to attract foreign investment. Greece has a unique opportunity to do so, and I hope it doesn't lose it. And the telecom sector itself, I think it's also at an inflection point because, as you probably will hear from my fellow panelist from Vodafone, I think there are still areas in the telecom space that I think the country is behind, and it can really catch up. Infrastructure, as the minister mentioned, is one of them, especially when we talk about fiber or either infrastructure projects, which I think you will see them skyrocketing. You will have also other areas like mobile data usage, where I still also think that the country is behind the European average, and I think there's more that we can do. And if I were to put also my media, call it investment hat on, where you have pay TV, for example, I think also that, in that area, pay TV penetration in this country is behind some other markets. So there are certain areas where the country, with proper management and proper investment, can pick up. The last thing I would say is that I think when you look at the state or any government, my experience, having been investing now for 25 years, is that the government is not always the best manager. But you don't expect the government, with all due respect to the minister, to be the manager. You want the government to be the enabler, the facilitator, to create the environment so that investors can come into this country or any country and make a difference and help entrepreneurship. Because ultimately, entrepreneurship is the engine of any growth. And ultimately, investors will come and invest, not just in Greece, but in any country, but since we are in Greece, certainly in Greece, and northern Greece in particular, when they see growth. So for me, all the initiatives that are happening, all the funding that's coming into this country, all the sort of euphoria that's rightly so surrounding this country now is very much justified by the fact that I think we are in the right path, and all the right moves have happened by the state to facilitate this investment, and certainly in the telecoms and digitalization sector is key. So I think as an introduction, I didn't want to say anything else apart from the fact that I do think that the country is in an inflection point, and a very important inflection point, which I hope it takes advantage of. And certainly as investors, foreign investors with an industry, in our industry, in private equity, there's currently more than $4 trillion that are managed. There's more than $2 trillion that are not invested. Investors are looking for a home, and I think this country has a great chance.
Right, thank you very much. I mean, you mentioned, you know, the $2 trillion is a lot of money. You mentioned the importance of entrepreneurs being facilitated and enabled by the state. I mean, I guess next to that $2 trillion, the RRF is a pretty small amount of money. It feels like quite a lot to me. But there is a role, isn't there, for state investment too, and particularly at the European level. Do you acknowledge that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the, as I said, the primary role of a state, in my mind, is indeed to create that environment that can flourish entrepreneurship and growth. But certainly, if the state can be a partner of private entrepreneurship, I think you get the best of both worlds, because you do get the funding, you do get the know-how, you get the environment, and ultimately you get what I call the air cover from the state to implement what any investor, corporation, or anything wants to do in any sector.
Super. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. So let's move on then to our third speaker, who by a process of elimination must be Mr. Broumidis over there. This is so unprofessional, I do apologize. Mr. Broumidis, your thoughts, please, as President and CEO of Vodafone here in Greece.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm really glad to be in this panel today and be part of the discussion. With your permission, I will continue in Greek, as it was, you know, the practice today.
First of all, I would like to say we have all understood the idea. The only way ahead is digital transformation, green growth, innovation. This is understood by everyone. We have another step to take, one level more. It's not just what we have in mind, but should be the springboard in whatever we do from now on. If we can have some conclusions until now, well, Europe until now and Greece, because of the crisis of the last years, and Europe in general had a lost decade regarding digitalization, the use of digital technologies and other technologies. Other countries in the planet have advanced faster. That means that the direction is not well understood by all and accepted by all, but all of us need to make efforts to reach the level where other countries have reached. We need to learn from the pandemic and the digital shift that occurred during the pandemic. We need to learn from the four big crises as a consequence of climate change, and design, moving away from the era of pandemic to design a future again without coming back to our old habits. We need to do that from scratch, and in order to give prosperity and growth development for all. 672 million of RRF and the funds from other funds, and a lot believe that, okay, we do have money, but money alone cannot do the work. What should lead us in the future are synergies, cooperations, the tools of cooperation, and along with them political will and intervention so as to reach the point we are heading to. And in the frame of cooperation, we need to be informed about what is happening abroad and in Europe, and Europe should learn from us. 5G in Europe is an example. For example, Greece is an example. And what has happened? Politicians or the state thought that it should help 5G networks to grow and not get money right away. That is why it created a role model regulatory framework. this investment program in 5G it was understood that should take place fast and for everyone, and it is deployed in areas that in the first years do not have financial interest. As far as digitization of SMEs is concerned, for example, Spain did not manage only the funds for digitization, but through loans, it designed certain areas that put pressure on companies of the country to move faster in the digital era. Taxation. At some point, member states should start talk about European taxation in telecoms with different taxation rates. We have disparities at the state and citizen level. We need to develop 5G networks, and the licensing should be faster. In Germany, for example, the licensing time was decreased for 5G by 6 months. And innovation, the use of technologies and innovation, a lot of examples here from Vodafone in Europe and in Greece. I could say more if I'm asked.
Very much indeed. I'm going to come back with a question first for the Minister. I mean, the part of the topic of this discussion is tech disruption, and I think there's a fascinating opportunity for disruption of the relationship between the state and the people presented by digital technology. People can engage directly with their representatives, with the institutions that represent them too, and with the institutions that provide them with public services in a way that they never could in the past. Do you recognize that, and is it something that you aim to develop and exploit, as it were, rather than just allow to happen? I mean, do you see this as an opportunity to refashion the relationship of the Greek state with the Greek people?
I shall switch to Greek myself now. Και θα απαντήσω σε αυτό που ρωτάτε με την...
Let me give you an answer in this way. Firstly, there's this amazing book I recommend it to everyone who wants to listen to a reply to your question, a brand new one. It's called Power to the Public. It was written by two researchers of New American Foundation a few days ago, published a few days ago. It includes a set of examples of how this relationship between the state and the citizen is built by technology with no intermediaries. So the concept of this project after the mandate by the Prime Minister was the following. Technology is the means, it's not an end for itself. You use the means the way you want it. So the aim is not to have your digital policy. Actually, this is not very proper to say. It's to say what the Anglo-Saxons say as service design. So you design a service. For instance, a baby was born in Greece until February 2020, and you had to take 5 steps. The parent had to go to the maternity house, then to the cashier, then to the municipal register, then you have to file in order to get the money for the labor. Anyway, it didn't work. And it also erodes the trust of citizens vis-a-vis the state, because if one day if the state tells you, take this piece of paper from level 5, go to underground 1, then move to the other cashier, then there's no trust and there's no sovereignty this way. So by means of GovGR and this 1,200 services we offer, we change the equation, the function, because now we're rebuilding the trust vis-a-vis the state apparatus. That's extremely important during a pandemic, during a crisis. So what you describe is, roughly speaking, what we're trying to do. We have the main events in the lifetime of a human, of a citizen, or an enterprise, let's say, from its birth until the loss of someone we love. How many events are there in interconnection with the state? Hospitalization, driving license, giving birth to a child. So we took all the steps that are needed in order to finalize, in order to have this event in full. 7, 12 steps, 15 steps. So we tried to change ministerial decisions and laws and using technologies to minimize the number and maybe turn them into one single service. And this changes the correlation, the function, as I told you before, and it rebuilds the trust. The last part, maybe the core of this equation, is the following. The regime itself. The simpler the procedures become, then it's easier to have the voice of the citizen being heard. For me, that's the last part of the equation, but the first part is to gradually build the confidence, the trust of the citizens. In our case, I think we did it not gradually, but quickly.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to ask one final question to each of our business representatives. Though you're welcome to weigh in too. It's just as much a question for you as it is for them, I guess. We're in Thessaloniki. This is a conference about Thessaloniki as a regional hub. One of the things that this city has, apart from the wonderful food, beautiful weather, wonderful beaches, all of that stuff, but it's also a real centre of education. So it's got a big university population, big student population. A lot of this technology disruption, a lot of this change in technology, there's a generational gap. There's a young generation who have grown up with it and just take it as natural, digital first generation, and then there's the old people like us who, apart from the minister, struggle to make our phones work. So it seems to me there's tremendous pool of potential in Thessaloniki's student population. Do you recognise that? Is that something that you see being exploited as an opportunity? Is it something that you would like to be able to tap into? Let's start with you.
Thank you. So, well, maybe are we switching in Greek this discussion? I'll speak in Greek as well, if you don't mind, since you have your headphones. You have the headphones. Safestata.
Clearly so. I believe that if I were to make a list of the advantages, the qualities of Greece as a country, and then I will talk about Thessaloniki, there are a couple of things that are extremely important competitive edges. One thing, and I hope we will never lose it, it's a European country with a rare geopolitical position, and that helps Thessaloniki as well. The second, and that brings me to your question, our country features an amazing workforce. In the past 15 years, I have invested more than 4 billion euros in Greece in 5 different companies. So I have experienced the quality of the Greek workforce, not in theory, but in practice. And I'm allowed to say that I can think of no other country having better workforce than Greece, of course. Greece is more than Athens. It's also Thessaloniki. So Thessaloniki constitutes an area with a very strong potential, young population, and it will be a big mistake both for us, the investors, and for the businessmen and for companies not to tap into this potential, the potential of Thessaloniki. I think that it's evident that this workforce will be utilized. I think universities have to be helped. Sadly, the downside of that, I'm talking about state universities, is the fact that education is still something that the student has to fight for on his own, relying on his own forces. And I think that Greek students, I'm one of the graduates of a Greek university, I'm a graduate of a Greek university, so I think we can excel abroad and elsewhere, but And Thessaloniki has nothing to be jealous of compared to other cities, not only in Greece, but also abroad.
I live in Oxford, so I'm going to reserve my judgment on that, but it's a fair comment. Thank you very much. Mr. Broumidis, your thoughts?
About Thessaloniki?
About Thessaloniki, the potential that its student population holds.
Yes, I think Mr. Stathopoulos covered to a great extent what I had to say. Thessaloniki is many more things than its young population and its universities. In all areas, Thessaloniki and northern Greece as a whole talking about geography, natural beauty, proper culture. So no matter how you say it, as far as the requirements for a region to grow, I think Thessaloniki and northern Greece ticks all the boxes. It's always a matter of prioritization. It's a matter of target setting. It's a matter of these big changes mentioned throughout this conference that have to take place also in Thessaloniki and northern Greece in order to exhaust its full potential, to make full use of its potential, which has not been the case till today.
Very much. Minister, do you want a brief word on this?
I would say I fully agree with the previous speakers, and in a wider sense, the future equation to solve, not just for Thessaloniki but also for Greece, is to take barriers away. As Mr. Stathopoulos said before, that the role of the state is not to be an investor, is to be the enable for incubation of the things that investors want to do in order for investors to do their business, or the patent creators or the inventors. Mr. Broumidis said before something about the 5G. The 5G thing we did is exactly this example. We took an auction, a resource, and we tried to create value out of that, not just revenues. So, quick rollout. Part of this money from the auction was given for free to startups, universities, and businesses, and we created a fund that will invest on applications. So it was a triple policy. No other country had done until today in Europe, and it's considered to be a paradigm, internationally speaking. That's just a point about, for more, let's say, inspiration in order to fully use the benefits, the qualities we have in this region, and of course our workforce. It's absolutely feasible.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great note to end this panel on. I'm very grateful to all three of you. And please join me in thanking the panel. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks, gents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll see you again.
Thank you.
Right. Do you want me to stay on the stage while he speaks? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now into the final stages of the conference proper today. Every initiative needs its champions, those who can carry the message, raise the standard far away from home. Northern Greece has such champions. One of them, I suspect, is the person we're very fortunate to be joined by today, Leonidas Raptakis, who's a senator in the Rhode Island State Senate, and also the president of the World Interparliamentary Association. So please, Mr. Raptakis, I'm going to give the final words of this main part of the conference to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. You've done a great job from this morning.
Thank you.
And I want to thank The Economist for the kind invitation. But being here in Thessaloniki is very important also to me. I've traveled this region many, many times, as far as traveling to Alexandroupoli and as far as the west to the city of Ioannina. But the big question is, who are we? And very important is that we are legislators elected to Congress, to our parliaments, to our state legislators, 93 of us, from the United States, Australia, Canada, the bulk of the membership, Germany, France, Great Britain, Switzerland, Romania, Albania, Israel, Jordan, and in Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. But most important, being a U.S. legislator, the United States, as Ambassador Pyatt had said earlier today, does play a key role. We have 43 members elected in the United States alone, which is 6 members of Congress, 2 lieutenant governors, the lieutenant governor of California, who was here early in the year, lieutenant governor of Connecticut. We had a Connecticut company earlier that was speaking. We've got 14 state senators and 21 state representatives in 20 states. That's a lot of firepower between our country and our heritage, Greece. And when you look at those numbers, that means we have direct access and communications to 40 U.S. senators. We had 3 here last week, and over 180 members of the U.S. Congress, which is 1/3. And what we talked about all day today about how we interact with different companies, the CEOs, and I'll give you 2 specific examples that took place this year. We had our semi-annual conference that took place in Athens, Greece, but during COVID, we did not have the numbers we normally had. But we had a great representation from the U.S., about 23 members. And when we went over to Rhodes and had our business conference, there was a company from New York, Palisades Investment, that was investing in Rhodes, the Rhodes Marina, a green marina. We had Congresswoman Malliotakis from New York that was very much helpful in shepherding along the project, and also State Representative John Limonis, who visited Rhodes. And by partnering local government, the CEOs of the companies back home, and making these projects work is very, very important. And even when we started our conference in Athens, we had, for the opening discussion, the Prime Minister of Greece, the President of Cyprus, the Speaker of the House of the Hellenic Parliament, Ms. Daskalaki Angelopoulou, President Tsipras, and also the Lieutenant Governor of California, interacting with us together. That showed a lot of importance of group of legislators with Hellenic heritage. And also, when you look back at our home states, who do you have in these 20 states? You have the governors. We had the governor of Virginia visit Greece. We had 3 U.S. senators. We have CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And you build bridges to interact the companies back home with potential companies here in Greece. And not only a 2-way partnership, a 3-way partnership. Because when I'm elected in the United States, I have my colleague in Kenya, who they interact with each other, and then we interact with Greece. So you have American companies, potential economic opportunities from Kenya and Greece. So now you've created the triangle, which brings a lot of opportunities. And I think that's very, very important. And also, we talked about the company earlier, the Green Company and Verico. We had 3 Connecticut state legislators that were here in Athens this past summer during our conference. So there's great opportunities for Greece, for especially this important region of northern Greece, Thessaloniki, Alexandroupoli, to move forward and try to partner. So when they come to us, our companies back home, what about Greece? What about Thessaloniki? We can bridge that gap by making introduction to the Greek government, members of the Hellenic Parliament, companies here in Greece. And it's very important, because sometimes during that interaction, it gets lost. But I think it's very, very important. And when we look to the future, we keep hearing about the issues about green energy, the Green New Deal. When we had a discussion probably about a month ago, what about Greek shipping? Most important aspect of this community of Greece. Greek shipping plays an important role. What happens if the Green Deal is implemented? Well, the U.S. is going to play a key role, especially our U.S. Congress. How do our Greek-American elected legislators interact with major shipping companies in Greece and send a strong message that it's going to be a two-way street to impose restrictions or new rules and regulations of the new Green Deal, but at the same time look at maybe credits. So we want to work as partners with our country of Greece and also our heritage. And I think that's very, very, very important, especially my home state, where my governor just became the United States Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, and took over Wilbur Ross's position in the last administration. So we have a very, very bright future as far as elected legislators working together with CEOs here in Greece, working back home with our CEOs, and bridging that gap and building better futures, better future for everyone, for the people of Greece, for our constituents back home. I think it's a bright future. Αυτό μόνο θέλω να πω όπως κλείνω τη ομιλία.
What I would like to say is we are celebrating 200 years of independence. It is important for all of us in Greece and the United States. How can we move forward to help the Greek people? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the main part of this conference. We're moving on now to the Green Awards ceremony, which will be introduced by Fotis Koyas and Power Game. From the point of view of The Economist, it only leaves me to express my gratitude to all of you for sticking with us for the entire day. I'm very grateful to the organisers, of course, the people behind the scenes who make everything appear smooth. I'm the one who makes everything appear unprofessional. They keep the show on the road. I'm grateful to the interpreters, without whom I would be even more lost than I normally am. And really grateful to the sponsors, all of them listed up here. We have a fantastic set of sponsors, many of whom we've heard from over the course of the day. It's been an absolutely fascinating day. I mean, I have to be honest, this is my first visit to Thessaloniki. I certainly hope it's not my last. It's an extraordinary place and a beautiful area. And it's been really a joy for me to sit and listen to some great speakers over the course of the day, presenting and answering questions on the prospects for this wonderful region. So I'll see you all again, I hope, at some point. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Ξέρω ότι είσαστε κουρασμένοι. Ξέρω ότι...
I know you're all a bit tired. You've been here for quite a few hours, so please bear with us a few minutes. My name is George Kolias. I'm the journalist at PowerGame.gr and Parapolitica. I'd like to coordinate the awarding ceremony. Awards to be conferred to a series of businesses and individuals who have performed really well in their field. Because you know, it's not enough to pass bills and to design. It's very important also to assess the results and award good practices. This is the driver for us. Before I start, I'd like to thank in this awards we will have, let me say a few things about the design of the awards themselves. So we're using the occasion of the 200 years anniversary of the Greek independence, and of course we have used recycled materials from the Evanco group in order to build the awards themselves. Now, do we have all our participants and our guests? Yes. Let me say that there was a large number of candidates. The candidates and they have been assessed by the jury. The jury is made of top experts. The president was Mr. Vratakos. Members of the Yannis Vratakos, Mr. Adamatios Kordilis. Now, awards to the local government and state agencies. I'd like to invite the Minister of Energy and Environment, Mr. Skrekas, for the awarding ceremony. First award goes to Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos Supermarket. They have the first system for processing alternative packaging in Greece and abroad using a DRS system. Let's invite Mr. Stavro, the head of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos. I would like him to make a very brief comment. We don't have much time. So, a big thanks. My relationship with recycling is not something new, it's quite old. We started then and we introduced the first individual recycling system, the first in Greece and in the Balkans, of course, and the only one. Now it's about time to enter the next era. It's not enough to have 91 recycling centers. It's not enough to have 3 million kinds of packaging we recycle every year annually. We have a national goal, a new system that's being under design. We are here to contribute and in the context of national goal to contribute, do our bit because this is our task vis-à-vis ourselves and mainly vis-à-vis our children. Thank you. Second award, use of recycled material for packaging. The first award goes to two top Greek companies, pioneers in the area. Hitos Ave, who they promote Go Green recycled material packaging. Mr. Hitos. I'd like to warmly thank the Green Awards jury and The Economist and PowerGame.gr for this really great honor. Zagori Go Green is the first bottled water brand using 30% of recycled material in our packaging. They are fully recycled to 100%, which means that we fully comply with European legislation. That's something we did 5 years before the legislation took effect. That made us really proud, but it also increases our commitment to keep on strong, investing on green energy, circular economy for a better tomorrow, a better future for ourselves, our children, and the environment. Thank you very much. So in the same context, we have the Ελληνικά Γαλακτοκομεία, the Greek dairy industry, say for the use of recycled plastics in the context of the program Olipet. I'd like to invite Mrs. Stelios Saradis and Stelios Saradis of Dimitrios and sons of Stelios and Dimitris, respectively, members of the board. Please be very quick with your comments. I would like to thank the organizers for this really great honor. Allow me to say that our group sets green technologies and environmental protection at the top of our priorities. We keep on investing on that. This award is a sign, a token of our efforts. We really feel great, but there is a long way to go. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, the award for sorting on the source, and we confer this award to the Greek company Adapodotiki Anakiklosi that implements, that fulfills the European requirements. And I'd like to invite Mr. Ravanis and Mr. Moustaeras, the President and Vice President of the Adapodotiki Anakiklosi SA, responsible for the system.
Άρα, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Και ευχαριστούμε και τον Υπουργό που του...
Of course, we would like to thank the Minister. He was about to leave, but it's very important that he is here with us.
Τα επόμενα βραβεία θα απονεμηθούν από τον Υπουργό.
Next award to be conferred by the Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis.
Το ένα βραβείο αφορά τη βιώσιμη ναυτιλία.
The first one is on sustainable shipping, and it goes to Capital Product Partners. Mr. Kalogeratos, is he here? He's here to be given the award. I'd like to thank you on behalf of Capital Product Partners. It's an important recognition of our program, the program worth 1.1 billion euros for modernizing our LNG fleet and the Pro LNG fleet. And that's a very important recognition. Thank you very much. Second award goes to elector for the processing of the waste coming from biogas plants. I'd like to thank, on my behalf, the organizers for this great honor to our group. And let me reassure you that we will keep on moving to this direction as a whole, new technologies, and I think that in this award we embody the conclusions of today's conference. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of our employees. Next award goes to that Thes, to Mr. Bakouras, for the investments on sustainable growth by means of the networks. On behalf of that Thes, on behalf of Thessaloniki and Thessaly, our people, I'd like to thank you all for the great honor. Let me tell you that we will continue investing in order to help our country grow, always having in mind the environment, our social cohesion, in order to bring green energy and growth and prosperity to our country. Thank you.
Το επόμενο βραβείο για τον κύριο Χαράλαμπο Δαμάσκο.
Next award goes to Mr. Damascus for the public transport essay on sorting on the source.
Το Δωρικάκος πηγαίνει μετά, το αφήνεις κενό, το Δωρικάκο μετά.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Υπουργέ, για την παρουσία σας.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την εξαιρετική τιμή που μας κάνετε. Ευχαριστώ εκ μέρους της διοίκησης και των εργαζομένων. Ευχαριστώ την ανταποδοτική ανακύκλωση για τη συνεργασία που έχουμε και τα ωφέλη που απορρέουν από αυτή. Και το σημαντικότερο κατά την άποψή μου είναι ότι εκπαιδεύουμε καθημερινά τους συμπολίτες μας στην περιβαλλοντική συνείδηση και στην κοινωνική ανταπόδοση. Θεωρώ ότι τα επόμενα χρόνια πρέπει να κάνουμε περισσότερα και σπουδαιότερα πράγματα σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Όταν ξεκίνησε αυτή η δράση ήμασταν το πρώτο μέσο σταθερής συγκοινωνίας στην Ευρώπη που έκανε αυτή τη δράση και το δεύτερο στον κόσμο. Υπόσχομαι θα συνεχίσουμε να είμαστε πρωτοπόροι και καινοτόμοι. Ευχαριστώ θερμά και πάλι.
Καλά, ευχαριστούμε κύριε Δαμάσκο. Για τη δεύτερη κατηγορία βραβείων που αφορά εκπροσώπους οργανισμών τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης πρώτου βαθμού και θέλω να καλέσω στο βήμα τον αρμόδιο αναπληρωτή Υπουργό Εσωτερικών, τον κύριο Στέλιο Πέτσα, ώστε να απευθύνει ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό και να ξεκινήσει τις βραβεύσεις. Κύριε Πέτσα, ευχαριστώ. Δεν μου το είπε κανένας.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for this really interesting and constructive initiative. I'd like to say that through the Antonis Tritis program, we try to contribute in raising awareness so that we have high rates of recycling, because the Antonis Tritis program is, at the end of the day, a leverage. A leverage of prosperity in order to trouble the waters, the muddy waters of local governments, and it provides them with the resources to finance their dreams and improve the standard of living of their citizens. So, what I can do is just stand next to the local government, so we turn this dream into a reality. Thank you. May we have Mr. Bratakos first?
Λάτε, κύριε Μπρατάκο.
I want you to confer the award to PPC as the head of the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to invite Mrs. Dimtsa. This is the head of communication of PPC. I'd like to thank her very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bratakos. Thank you, Mrs. Dimsa. Please, Mr. Petsas, you're most welcome to come back. It's a tough day for everyone. We made a mistake.
Έχουμε και μία, από ό,τι κατάλαβα, ο κύριος Κάρναβος από το Δήμο Καλυθέας.
Mr. Karnavos from the municipality of Kalithea isn't late. So the award will goes to the municipality of Thessaloniki. The mayor of Thessaloniki is most welcome. Thank you, Mr. Zervas. It's an award for the recycling at source programs at the Metropolitan municipalities. And may I say a few words? Apologies. Don't give a microphone to any mayor. He will make use of it. So let me also say a few things, because the municipality of Thessaloniki is the champion of recycling with a rate of 26% when the national average is 21%. But you know, these figures are quite low when the 2035 goal is 65%. So we know very well the amount of work is needed. We rely a lot on your support via the Antonis Pritzik program. We wait some 30 million euros of funding. We have already identified 35 points where this DRS system will be implemented, together with all other financing tools in order to be used in order to have a larger fleet and more means in order to provide, to offer what our citizens, our country needs. Together with something else, because when you keep on burying waste, it's the worst thing. Michalis Geranis is there. In Fosta of Central Macedonia, they're doing a fine job. And we hope that the new units for waste processing will provide us, will give us the opportunity to generate power also in Macedonia, because waste is not a trouble, it's not a fuss, it's not a cost center. Thank you very much. Congratulations to my colleagues. Second award. So we're talking about recycling units and programs in major cities. So I'd like to invite 4 mayors. Eleni Vaka, the mayor of Chalkida, the mayor of Xanthi, Mr. Emanuelis Tsapelis, Mr. Chakos, mayor of Karditsa, and mayor of Kozani, Mr. Malutas. Please come forward. Ladies first.
No, merci.
Although the mayor of Thessaloniki spoke on behalf of all mayors, I think that this award for us is not just the recognition of the objectives met, but a very strong point to go on with our efforts to promote recycling. It's a strong opportunity. It's a great opportunity for mayors to use these financing tools so that we can turn waste into commodities. But, my dear Mayor, it's a great opportunity for the government to support local government in this effort and contribute significantly in preserving the environment and helping local economies. And I think that in collaboration and with your support, we will win the bet. Thank you very much, but let me say 2 words. Let's stop condemning ourselves because certain things are in delay when it comes to waste. It's a good thing, because now we use technology at the maximum, and we have 2 benefits, both for environmental protection and better financial results. Let me say something. Thank you in public, because I'm the head of POSDA of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. When we have ministers and regional heads like Mr. Metsios supporting us like that and supporting us with the studies, then the time needed will be less with respect to the result we will achieve, both in terms of the environment and our society. So let's not say again the same things again. Thank you very much. We're way beyond the EU average, and I think that the Adonis Treaties program and other programs we will climb higher. So we reach the EU average. So, I'd like to thank for this award because it goes to the employees, to the people of municipality. When we started in the municipality of Kozani, the recycling project, we did it in order to raise awareness. Because we're one of the most underprivileged areas in our country. Today, recycling is very important because recycling is a challenge for all municipalities, and we have a municipality that tomorrow will fight to be part of the contest for the 100 net zero municipalities in the world, and in this context recycling plays a very important role, because I think it will help us improve the footprint of our municipality and our country globally.
Να είστε καλά. Η επόμενη κατηγορία...
Next category, recycling and sorting at source for a small municipality goes to municipality of Agias, and Mr. Adonis Goudaras, I'd like to thank him. You may come to the floor.
I would like to thank you all, the organizers, all those who contributed in realizing this event. It is a great honor for a small municipality like ours, a municipality that serves thousands of inhabitants during the summer. With our personnel, we have managed a lot of things. And we do have the region of Thessaly, our head of region, supporting us, and I would like to thank the minister because was very positive with our proposal. And I think that with that kind of cooperation, we can have exceptional results for the citizens and the environment. Mr. Theodosis Nitaras from COS for the award selection at the source. Thank you for the honor. My island, the birthplace of Hippocrates. In order to protect the environment, we need to invest. And there is only one way ahead, to invest in young people, young generation, schools. Thank you very much. And the last category of awards, selection at the source in cooperation with NGOs. So 2 mayors from Corfu and Kassos. Minister, we got 3 more. Thank you, the organizers, the committee. But I would like to thank the ministers, the Minister of the Interior, ministers for the first time implement a social policy, and we will be standing by you in your efforts.
Ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω την Οργανωτική Επιτροπή.
I would also like to thank the organizing committee. I would like to say that Kassos Kensep is the municipality enterprise our municipality works with. We started some years ago, and this award encourages to continue. And last category of awards for regional governments for managing solid waste. The first award for selection at the source in the region of Attica, Mr. Patoulis. We would like to thank Mr. Patoulis for being here. It is true that if we want healthy people, we need to create a positive environment. That starts from managing solid waste, and I'm glad that as a region we have already participated in a huge program for waste management. We do have more than 250 vehicles allocated to the municipalities, And we have brown bins and 1,000 recycling corners that will be financed thoroughly in 2022. We have a future ahead, but it is a critical issue for the future of solid waste management. Thank you very much. Innovative regional entities.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Το βραβείο...
We would like to thank, I think this is something for all our partners, employees of Thessaly region, the minister that assisted us. We have some mottos in Thessaly. The best way to say something is just do it. A gram of project equals tons of planning. That's why all of us, we need to work together, simplify things to have a result and talk about the future, and above all, cooperation. Because the minister here with Adonis Trichis brought all municipalities in the limelight, and the big stake today is to modernize our cities because this is the future. Thank you, economist. We like power game because you gave us the opportunity to present the regions that work and gives hope that all those who work spread the message that do the same to move forward.
Περιμένετε για να βάλετε φωτογραφία με τον Υπουργό.
Θέλω με τον πιο θερμό τρόπο να ευχαριστήσω.
So I would like to thank the organizers, Economist and Power Game, for choosing our region, and Mr. Petsas for this award and our cooperation at every level. In the region of Sτερea Hellas, we have seen from moment one the new transport, e-mobility, and it was a green policy for us, a separate policy for us that improves our environmental footprint, making our area quieter. At the same time, we saw it as an opportunity for our region to become a role model, and those who own e-vehicles. We developed first, when there was a framework for the municipalities, we chose to pave the way for chargers, and we make it a reality, and we will have management, integrated management, that making us proud and making Sτερea Hellas a friendly area for all those owning vehicles, e-vehicles. Thank you very much.
Κύριος Κάρναμος, μόνο ένα λεπτάκι για τον κύριο Κάρναμο, γιατί ήρθε τώρα με το πλάνο. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τους δύο.
Thank you both. Mr. Haramos is here. Mayor, you may come. The award for selection at the source. I would like to thank for expecting us. I just came from the Environment Committee, from the Regional Committee. I would like to thank the organizers, the Minister, who gives us an award for an initiative that we took 2 years ago, a pilot initiative for municipalities, and it is the sequel of older equipment we had, allowing us to increase recycling at critical times, not because we wanted to achieve figures, but it is directly linked to the municipal fees paid by the citizens. And I would like to congratulate also the head of region of Attica for supporting us in recycling, waste management, etc. Thank you very much. Michalis Geranis, FOSDE, Environmental Training Award. This belongs to all 38 mayors of Central Macedonia. Minister, I would like to congratulate you for your diligence, the results you bring, you and the previous ministers. It is important in Central Macedonia that we implement what we have agreed upon, that wastes have no color. That is why we try to raise awareness among citizens for circular economy, and in order to close the circle of circular economy, need to take advantage of all our knowledge. In Central Macedonia, we should build the unit of energy exploitation covering the whole of northern Greece. We need to take advantage of all those ways. We cannot bury the Prime Minister and the Ministry of the Environment, who know a lot about the issue, will allow us to implement this huge project. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Petsas. Mr. Theodorikakos, Civil Protection Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be here at this event which promotes circular economy. I believe it is an exceptional moment to restart the Thessaloniki International Fair after the crisis of the pandemic, and new trends give new message, spread new messages, and make Thessaloniki a regional hub in the wider region through circular economy. It is a great challenge for the city, and it is a great honor that I am with you to award some interesting and important awards, because when I was Minister of the Interior, we had as a priority to finance circular economy expenditures. It is a great honor for me, my colleagues replacing me, and Mr. Petsas, who is responsible for local governments, organized our program further. Who would I give the award to? Selection 2, the source in public sector is awarded to the Hellenic Police. The revenues from this program support the orphans of firefighters and policemen. The chief of the Greek police is invited to the podium. Before I give the award to the chief of police, I would like to say that the police has an important role to play, guaranteeing security of all Greeks. Bad policemen also take social initiatives like the one you have just mentioned. We wish you all the best. I would like to thank you for awarding my predecessor, Mr. Souvala, some years ago, initiated this effort. We are the first public agency recycling, and the revenues go to the orphan children of the armed forces. So, the results are obvious. Thank you very much for your time. This is the end of the event. Thank you very much for your time and attendance.
Είναι εξοπλισμός αμερικάνικης τεχνολογίας. Ως αποτέλεσμα, οι ΗΠΑ της Αμερικής έχουν όχι μόνο το καλύτερο πρωτάθλημα μπάσκετ στον κόσμο, αλλά έχουν και το καλύτερο εξοπλισμό ανακύκλωσης συσκευασιών στον κόσμο. Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος, αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας, εκτός των συνόρων της Αμερικής, καθιστώντας την Ελλάδα κεντρικό κόμβο για όλη την Ευρώπη. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος που στην Ελλάδα μας πραγματοποιήθηκε η επένδυση ώστε να κατασκευάζουμε μηχανήματα ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας για μεταλλικές, πλαστικές και γυάλινες συσκευασίες, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην κυκλική οικονομία, με τεχνολογία αιχμής και όραμα για ένα καλύτερο περιβάλλον. Η ανακύκλωση είναι μια παγκόσμια προτεραιότητα και στον αγώνα αυτό είμαστε όλοι μια ομάδα. Γιατί η ανακύκλωση είναι η υπόθεση όλων μας. Ας αφήσουμε τις επόμενες γενιές τον πλανήτη μας σε καλύτερη κατάσταση από αυτή που τον παραλάβαμε.
design, the implementation. Our people, the competence, the know-how. The vision, the success, the pride. Indrakat, taking Greece to new heights.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.